So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. So welcome to the CEO Brian Pigeon, General Manager Environment Community Nick Hauser, to Council colleagues, and also making mention to Councillor Tim McMahon, the Portfolio Lead in the Environment Community Committee, and also to everyone that is with us here today. So I wish to begin the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we do meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. And also, just before we commence this morning, councillors would like to make note that it is Refugee Week, so from 18th through till the 24th, and this year's theme is Finding Freedom. So that's a big thing happening at the moment, and also a big celebration in terms of recognition for this particular region that celebrates 10 years as a refugee welcome zone, and that celebration will take place on Monday. Council, I'll just go to item 2, so attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. So we do have an apology from the Mayor, Councillor Paul Antonio. So can I have someone move that? Councillor Rebecca Bonhoff, seconded by Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. All those in favour? So we note that apology. If there are any further declarations as they come along, councillors, please indicate. I'll take us to item.
Chair.
Oh, apologies. Sorry, Councillor Melissa.
That's okay. It is a late one, so my apologies. It was just getting the right wording, so thank you, Kirsten. Item number 9 today, the confidential market testing results, aquatic and indoor sports centres. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because my brother-in-law, who is a related party of mine, has an interest in this matter. The particulars are that Darren Lang is my brother-in-law and operates Learn to Swim schools in this region. So I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, and I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. Now, I did bring this forward in May 24th, I believe, when we had a briefing on it. So the council did decide when we had the briefing that there was no conflict, but I wanted to make it a public announcement today.
So thank you, Councillor Melissa. So, sorry, question, Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Melissa, thanks for bringing that forward. I just trying to remember what you said. Is he involved as a tenderer?
No.
So he just owns a swim school in town?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Given that there's been no change, and that's been mentioned since Council supported Councillor Melissa to stay in the information session that we had, and there's nothing changed since that time, I see no reason why Councillor Melissa can't stay in the room and participate and vote on the matter. So I move that she's allowed to do that.
It's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McMahon. I'll put that motion. Those in favour? So it's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Sorry I missed that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd indulge me, it isn't the place to do it, and it's my omission from not saying it yesterday, but I'd just like to recognise that Friday this week is Women in Engineering Day, and I'd like to congratulate and recognise all the female engineers that we have working in our organisation. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thanks, Councillor Tully. It's a significant, something significant to bring forward. So, councillors, with that, so if there are no further declarations at this point, I will go to item 3. So it's the Oakey Works Depot Business Incubator Hub research paper. So, General Manager, will hand straight across to Manager of Property Services, Mr. Hugh Dunn.
Good morning, Council. Item 3, as Chair James mentioned, is the Oakey Works Depot Business Incubator Hub research paper. This has arisen from a a motion of council and a subsequent report to council regarding the prospect of utilising the former Oakey Works depot, which was decommissioned at the creation of the Charlton Principal Depot, for a business incubator precinct. This report identifies a number of options in relation to the precinct. It identifies that the options that have been identified may not necessarily be suitable for council moving forward, but it identifies a third option, which is a private commercial use of the site, which may be more suitable. So taking the report as read and noting Meg Bowdler here as the report author, we're happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Hugh. Any questions, councillors, in regards to this item? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone at the front. I suppose to go to a privately owned commercial business, we have to ask the state government to do that. Is that a matter of formality, or do you see any issues coming through with that? They can say no at the end of the day, right? So how does that work?
So I think through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Tim. The issue we have with the site is its tenure at the moment. So council hold the site, as you say, it's state-owned. Council hold it in trust from the state for the purposes of quarry and local government purposes, I believe. So the issue with that, and this is quite an historic trusteeship, is that really to proceed with anything other than a council-related function such as a depot requires us to essentially, as we've consulted with the state, to freehold it. So whether we were to proceed with an incubator hub or potentially a private use or commercial use, we would still have to undertake that, and that's reflected in the options that are before you. So that, and it was remiss of me not to say that is one of our recommendations, that we proceed with that as well. So in terms of whether or not that is a formality, if the state don't agree to that, it basically renders that block of land inoperable. The only option we have would be to recommission a depot on there, which is not in our forward plan. So it is quite likely, I would think, that the state would agree to our proposal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Summerfield?
Thanks, Chair. I must admit, when I read this, I thought, oh, surely there's different things we could be doing. I always thought we were going to use the depot for storage for our archives or something like that, something quite practical for council. And I'm probably on my Pat Malone in all of this, but for Oakey itself, I would really love to see us seal the land there near the railway for the markets and do up more of their garden beds and things like that. And maybe thinking outside the square with the chamber out there and use that as an incubator hub, or and I'm thinking about cost. You know, you could use the council buildings, you know, office buildings out there for minimal cost. It's all set up there, and underutilised. The last time I was there, certainly was. I don't know. I just think we've looked straight just at the depot and not the whole of Oakey and the best outcome for Oakey, because I think there was a drive by a number of people. What percentage that is of the community is unknown for an incubator to be there, but what's the best option for Oakey as a whole is what I'm thinking. And I'm sorry to pour water on what's been a lot of work to pull this together, but that's just how I feel personally. I feel we could be spending that money so much better, using the depot as an asset for our archives or whatever, and that would be at a cost too, I acknowledge, but utilising that office space that's already in town and is in town, not out where the depot is. And that's just my 2 bobs worth. Sorry.
Hugh, did you want to, I don't know, maybe speak on a few of those things, just obviously around the process of where it's gone in the consultation and like sort of what, I guess the idea of it freeholding is probably with that exact in mind of finding what is the best outcome. Restricted it is at the moment, we found it was quite difficult for something to be able to be set up that was best use for community. Is that fair?
Yes, thank you, Chair. One of the initial suggestions made when this was looked at initially was potentially a spot for a council archive area. This body of work doesn't recommend that we proceed to a private lease. It identifies that potentially as a better option than an incubator hub from a financial and also a community perspective, and the schools are located there. I guess my comments in relation to the archiving function is that's not necessarily a business case that's proceeded or a proposition that's proceeded internally with council, and there'd be significant operational, I guess, investigations that would need to happen in that respect. My knowledge of it also was that part of that proposal perhaps was an archive offering services to different organisations, possibly other councils, and if we were to proceed with anything in that regard, we would still have to freehold the land, and that relates back to our recommendation today. If we were to do anything with this site, we need to proceed with the freeholding and securing it from the state. So just trying to answer the question as best as I can, Nancy. Councillor Nancy, what we're proposing today doesn't preclude us from looking into those various options. We're not at the stage at the moment where we would like to proceed with the commercial expression of interest, though we've identified that as a potential option. But we're in a position to advise, based on the research that we've done, that an incubator site within Oakey, from the work we've done, doesn't necessarily represent. We couldn't proceed with any confidence in relation to that being a successful initiative, and also the significant cost to council, both in the capital setup and the ongoing operational costs, would be something that we wouldn't recommend proceeding with.
Thanks, Hugh. Got Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Hugh. Mate, respecting the research, absolutely. I just wonder whether we lost some focus on the initial inquiry or purpose for that. And I recall Councillor Melissa and I being at a community visitation over there in Oakey at the railway site there, and there was very much a need or an outcry for community space, and it's evolved into a incubator hub. But I think the two are very different, and I'm wondering if we decide to go ahead with the freehold of this site, I'm wondering if there isn't opportunity, notwithstanding the cost. I understand that, but at a point in the future, if there's capacity within the community to actually be involved in this as well, financially or otherwise, that there's not an opportunity to still investigate that. I think respectfully, somewhere along the line it got corralled into the term incubator hub, and that's, the original intent, as Councillor Melissa and I brought forward, was from that meeting with community groups, was out of the need for community space and the lack of, and their ability to be able to afford to pay rent in private space, and for their longevity as volunteer groups and groups that add value to the community.
Thanks, Councillor Cullen. I'd ask Hugh if you want to respond to that. The only thing the first thing I'd say is, I guess, the whole purpose of this coming back here was in exact response to a resolution of council to investigate an incubator hub. So that's probably why we've landed where we've landed, I guess, and that's probably why the recommendation is where it sits. That singularly, and it is not the recommended option, but there are all these other options that could potentially be out there, and the possibility of freeholding it obviously opens up those possibilities. Hugh, is that? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to go if that's okay, Chair. Good morning, councillors, and I was going to say exactly what you said, Councillor James. There might be other desires and other bodies of work to do. This body of work and research we've done here is directly in response to the council decision that's included in the background there from January 2021 about the preparation of a business case for an option that had been identified in another body of work, and I think that was in response to a previous council decision before that. So I think there's been a couple of decisions specifically around the reuse of the Oakey depot site and exploring this idea of this was manufacturing industry business incubator precinct. So notwithstanding those emerging needs and long existing needs, Councillor Carl, and to steal Hugh's words from earlier, this doesn't preclude us from any of those other options either. It just opens up the horizons for us, and we can do more work around the best use of that site thereafter with some of the constraints removed.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And as I said, I appreciate the research that's gone into it, and a first in cut of what it might look like for us to rehabilitate that site. But I'm pleased to hear that there's a thinking that we might be able to still investigate a lesser, when I say a lesser, perhaps a less intensive program of use around those community groups being able to utilise somewhere down the track. That'd be great.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to make another comment. I think these processes can sometimes become quite complex and difficult and elongated because there are lots of ideas and there's lots of good ideas. And I think the challenge for us is to step them through in a logical manner and make decisions at various milestones and gateways that don't close off options for us to do more work thereafter. So I think, if you've 10 councillors in the room, there's probably 15 good ideas generating amongst you all, and in the gallery there's probably another 10 good ideas, and the community might have another 10 good ideas. So trying to distill that down to something that's realistic and step our way through it, unfortunately it takes time, but it does ensure that we're probably trying to consider all those ideas and options that get put forward.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Councillor Cullen. I think, that's probably as an overarching statement with it, is finding best possible use for community, whether that be economic, whether that be social, just essentially that is the statement, the best possible use for the Oakey community with this. I've got Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick's actually probably covered most of what I was going to say, but we need to be cognizant of the fact that this depot hasn't been used for some years now. And when we did go out there and have a look at it, and there were some officers from Archive, it cost too much money to actually, wasn't worth the money to retrofit it. And I think, there's a long way to go with this, and I think the first step is to freehold it. Whatever takes place there now, whether it's been sitting there for, by the time we get to anything, it'll probably be about 5 or 6 years. So they'll need money, and with our budget the way it is, there's possibly, I don't know, there'll be a long way to go in that there might be 5 or 6 people who want something, but, is the community behind it? And is there going to be... I do agree with Councillor Carl, though, that most of these small communities do need somewhere to go to meet, because we have it here in the city, but if we want these small communities to retain their sense of community, then they have to have somewhere where they can meet without having to cost them the earth, and that's very easy for them to do it. But that's all in the future, I believe, and this may not be the best place for that. It may well be that it's better in the offices that are in town because it's in the middle of town, if we're going to consider that, and I believe that this council or a future council should. But I think what we're looking at here is the is the bringing it to freehold so those things can be considered, so that should be something that's worthy and affordable and able to be done, then we can consider that. So that's what we're looking at here. And I'm happy to move that if nobody else is.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I'll hold, so if you're happy to move it, but I've got a few other questions, so I'll come back to that when we get to that point. Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Shine?
No, thanks, Chair. Just wondering, bearing in mind that none of us councillors here today live in Oakey. Some probably have good contacts with Oakey and go to their Chamber of Commerce meetings and rotation meetings, etc., or for other reasons have had good contact with Oakey over the years, but I'm not one of them. There is a danger, I think, in deciding what's best for a community where none of us live in that community. And if there were some way into the future, before the final outcome is known, that some sort of survey could be done, or through the local newspaper, some invitation to come up with ideas was what's best for that community, from that community, that I think that would be a valuable source of information for councillors in the future to decide its ultimate purpose. In the meantime, though, what's proposed seems to me to be sensible and not in any way injurious to the benefit of the community of Oakey.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Just in regards to that question around consultation, it's in the report there. Who or what did we do consultation with this particular project?
Thank you, Councillor James. The consultation that was undertaken in the development of the paper is listed in the report, and that involves the Oakey Chamber of Commerce, real estate, Ray White Oakey, the Oakey community, young people including the PCYC, and also some commercial interests as well. So there was a reasonable attempt to seek the views of the Oakey community, though I note Councillor Shine's point in relation to that was through the prism of the Business Incubator Hub, and not necessarily a wider view. And also, we considered this as we brought this report together. There was a need to resolve the Business Incubator Hub matter, but in preparing this report and recommendations for the CEO to bring to the meeting, we haven't tied ourselves into a long-term position, and we expect that we would be back to council and highly likely further consultation with the community as we establish the longer-term use if council is agreeable to that path.
Thanks, Hugh. Comfortable with that, Councillor Shine?
Other than it would be nice if officers would be open to the idea of having that wider consultation with the wider community. I respect, and the bodies that Hugh has mentioned, obvious ones that should have been consulted in relation to the incubator. But in terms of the general use, the people might want it to be indoor sports stadium or something. I don't know. Who knows? Some really good ideas might come out of it that we haven't thought of. But if that could be something that officers could take into account down the track when after the freeholding issue has been resolved, etc.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. So we've got Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hugh, can you just explain how does the revenue share policy work? So, and further to that, at a very minimum, we need to pay $225,000 for something to happen there. Alternatively, we pay nothing and it just sits there.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Megan. The revenue share policy is a state policy, and it relates to parcels of land, particularly reserves that have been historically in long-term use. And what it means is that if the land is to be repurposed or sold, then council as the long-term custodian has the opportunity to share in the revenue, and it's quite a good way to repurpose state-owned land. And as you correctly point out, it does provide council with the opportunity to repurpose what potentially is an unusable land given its trusteeship into something different at a reduced price, which is effectively, and if we go to the financial and resource implications, the advice from our acquisitions and leasing area is that they've consulted with the department, and the State Valuation Service have valued at approximately $450, which if the valuation hasn't changed, then that would equate to approximately $225,000 requirement for council to purchase it. So if it was to be sold, if we were to say we didn't want it anymore, and the state was to sell it, we would be entitled to that revenue share. But alternatively, we were offered a purchase, we would be entitled to that reduction in cost price. I think, has that answered the question?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking, the practicalities of it. We've got to pay $225,000 to do anything with it at all, and then if you're using it for a community space, then that's our starting point. And I'm presuming we're not charging community groups, or they have to get a grant then to use it. I'm just thinking about clawing back how much it's going to cost us to get it.
I guess in more direct terms, we don't have to. We can notify the state that we are no longer using the land for the purpose in which it was given to council in trust, and then we would potentially relinquish the trusteeship. It would become state owned. The state would likely resist that because they would heavily rely on council's guidance in relation to the best use of that land. But if we were to notify the state that we no longer wish to retain that trusteeship, it would simply go back into state hands, and it would be the responsibility to the state. But that would preclude us from exercising any ability to use it for any other purpose, whether that be a commercial, a community, or a business incubator hub purpose. So noting the intent of council, and from what I'm hearing from council today in relation to wanting to see some community benefit associated with this land, the best option would be to freehold it and then establish a purpose. You identify that if it was to be a community purpose, under our current policies, we would recoup very little in terms of lease costs. You would argue negligible lease costs. It would be an impost on the organisation that we would take on, and we would repurpose it for community use. But there would be that's the cost we would have to pay, that approximately $225 to do that.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Hugh, I was just flicking back through the report there, and I may have missed it, but I'm just wondering if there is any indication. It will come out of financial implications, come out of the development reserve. I'm just thinking budget-wise and our constraints in the next few years. Have you got any indication? I guess it depends on the use, but have we got any indication about the likely rehab costs of that site, given some of the activity in the past? Because the reason why I'm asking is, if the state's owns it, right, we know that we may need to look at this over a period of time before we look at actually purchasing or freeholding and purchasing, if there's a number of costs in behind that initial. That's all I'm thinking about, a sequence of budgets here.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bill, yes, that is something that has been considered, and that was, I guess, one of the reasons that the option of a private commercial logistics type lease, because its current the current assets and the current development of the site would best support that at the lowest capital cost to essentially make good if we were to proceed with a community use. And there are various things that have been identified, such as men's sheds, other things, then potentially that may well be additional costs. The question then would be, in consultation with groups such as men's sheds, whether a leasing proposal from those organisations would indicate council would be required to undertake those capital costs, or whether those groups would be or could be prepared to make contributions to or undertake works to make the site more suitable for that kind of use. But yes, there would be, depending on the type of use, moving towards an archiving type facility. I think councillors have identified that would be quite a high cost in order to get the types of facilities required to adequately undertake that service. That would be very high cost. Moving to a community type use would be a lower cost, and it would depend on the use that we considered at the time. There is a reference in the report to the potential of the development reserve funding the purchase. That's ultimately a matter for council in their budgeting as to how these matters are funded in our capital budget. It would be a capital purchase, so that is an option open to council to fund it from the development reserve, but that would be subject to future budget considerations.
Thanks, Hugh. Thanks.
I just wonder, we need to consider, you know, if we're going to go ahead with this, we need to have an idea. And if you go too far, you raise expectation. I get that. If we go out and consult again with a community focus, and I think there's been enough community focus somewhat there, because the Chamber's not hard and fast business in Oakey. There's a lot of connections with community groups, and you know, I think everyone around this room has spoken with community groups about the need. But I err with caution as to how we should progress. Whilst it's $225,000, it would be unwise of us to make an investment if we don't have purposeful intention. But understanding what that looks like, quantifying that as a financial implication to future budgets, and considering some of the pressures we have over the next few years, that's what I'm considering. So we may stagger the purchase of this or as a freehold, as an option. We may look at this, you know, the next financial year, or I don't know. I'm just throwing some ideas up. I really want some guidance or direction from you guys. You guys know your operational budgets and how things fit in.
If I could, through you, Chair, if I could provide some reassurance, I would expect, and Meg may have a comment on this, but I would expect the process we would follow if council resolved or endorsed the recommendation would be that we would then negotiate with the state in relation to the freeholding. That would take some months, probably 6 to 12 months, and we would arrive at a position with the state, and we would then include it for consideration in a future capital budget, whether that be at BR1 or BR2 or possibly 24, 25, and then that would be the opportunity for council to fund or not, as the case may be. And then potentially at that point in time, we might also, depending on our proposed way forward, we may also need to ask council to consider some additional capital costs, and whether that be remediation or removing site buildings or any sort of improvements to facilitate the type of use that the community and council have envisaged for that site. Would that be correct, Megan?
So one more, if I may, Councillor. James. Hugh, I just wonder then if there's a time for that to take, up to 12 months, you indicate might be the case around negotiation. I'm just wondering the wording in the second point of the recommendation locks us in to purchase, investigate purchasing land. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Thanks, councillor. Carl, through you, Chair. Just reading the second recommendation is that council authorise the CEO to make an application to the Department of Resources to purchase state land and enter into any agreement necessary under that application to purchase freehold ownership of the former Oakey depot site. So I think that recommendation, if supported by council and carried at the ordinary meeting next week, gives us the direction to go and negotiate and purchase, and we'd make the changes reflective in a budget upcoming. I think that there's another body of work to be done after we secure, or if we're to secure freehold ownership of the site, and that body of work would be scoped up and presented to you for your input and feedback and endorsement before we went out and conducted that. And that would include consultation around all the options that you've identified today and many others that will be floating around out there, and would consider all of the financial inputs and implications, be they capital or ongoing operational expenses, and the benefit it provides to the community, or is a commercial option the best option. There are a lot of questions and a lot of work to do in that, and I think it's impossible to do that here today. What we're hoping to achieve today is the approval to move forward to freehold that land, which eliminates some of the constraints that have been identified with the various options that you've asked us to explore up until this point, and we've done that. Helps us put a line under that by noting the business incubator research paper, which acknowledges that a business incubator hub is not the recommended option for that site, but it also identifies, like I said before, all the constraints associated with doing anything other than operating a depot or a quarry from that site. And I'd hate to see us try and operate a quarry from that site, but we could under the conditions of the Reserve Trust. So what do we do with it? And your comments earlier about contamination, Councillor Carl, I don't know that we've done any detailed contamination studies. It's not on the register, so that doesn't mean there's not contamination that we won't have to clean up, but that liability exists for us already. And they are the sort of things that we'd consider in that next body of work that says this use, we can we can seal the site and deal with any contamination that might exist at low cost. This use might require some cleaning up or other things. They're all questions that we can't really answer today, but if you support the recommendation to freehold the site, it allows us to go and do that next body of work.
Thanks, Nick. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for the report and the research gone into the incubator, and I accept the recommendation, number one particularly. Number two, the recommendation, during the agreement necessary to have freehold, is there any restrictions in other freehold agreements that precludes council from subdividing and selling that lot at some point in time?
It would be the regulatory planning scheme. I would imagine that would, if it was in council freehold, through your chair, we would be subject to compliance with the relevant regulatory frameworks, which would include the planning scheme, and that would be something we would have to consider. There's some work. I refer you to the research paper that identified the current planning controls, and there is some commentary there in relation to, depending on what position council took moving forward, there may need to be a planning approval required. I won't go to that in particular detail, but it's contained in the report.
And I just the words enter into an agreement necessary made me think of what uniqueness there might be around this agreement from any other freehold purchase the council makes, being its existing use, and whether that was contingent upon an agreement.
Through you, Chair, the specifics, and Councillor Megan has identified the revenue sharing policy and the specifics of converting trusteeship to freehold. There are various matters that need to be taken into account, one of which is native title, one of which is negotiation through valuations. That wording particularly foreshadows that there's various stages in the process of converting to freehold that we would be at the discretion of the state in relation to the direction that they chose. So that doesn't envisage further regulatory approvals on the site. It merely foreshadows that there are, and that's why it could take 6 to 12 months, and that's what I think our principal leasing and acquisitions officer, Chris Theodosis, has made some inquiries, and they've identified that it is a relatively lengthy process given some of the complexities of the site, which include native title.
Okay, thank you. So second question is around the existing conditions on the reserve trust, and is there any potential to actually negotiate a change in that trust agreement which will facilitate what we're talking about in a more timely fashion rather than us owning freehold?
The advice from the state is no.
Okay.
That these, if we were to obtain use of state-owned land in the current times, they wouldn't go through this process of identifying a specific use for the trusteeship. It's quite difficult from state legislation, I understand, to make those changes, and their position is quite clear that they, if we were to proceed, they would, their preferred approach and their expectations, we would move towards a freehold purchase of the site.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Thanks.
Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this question of Meg so she can talk. When you looked at the capital improvements for option 1 and option 2, what sort of things were you including there, if we haven't really gone down the track of rehabilitation and all of that?
Absolutely. So we were looking at retrofitting those spaces so they were usable for each of the different incubator type businesses that might be there. So in a lot of those sheds, there's no comms, so we'd have to run cabling and all of that sort of stuff into those sheds to make sure that they were usable, especially if we were splitting them up for different users in each bay, I suppose, of the sheds and that sort of thing. There's also a few in the larger shed. There is a non-compliant pit that we would have to make sure is compliant before we let our community users in there. So there was a few things like that that we were just trying to cover off.
Yeah, and just to follow up, Chair, is just in general, are any of our other depots in this same sort of arrangement in terms of the tenure with the land? Have we got a few of these same sort of things? Yeah, are most of them like that?
We have a couple of others, but most of them, I believe, we do own these days.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. If there are no further questions, Councillor Carol Taylor indicated a willingness to move this earlier. Councillor McMahon happy to second. Does anyone wish to go into debate? So the motion before us, councillors, that note the Oakey Works Depot Business Incubator Hub research paper, and then the second around authorising the CEO to make an application to the Department of Resources to purchase state land and enter into any agreement necessary under the application to purchase freehold ownership. So I have a mover and a seconder, so I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, Meg. Thanks, Hugh. Councillors, we'll move to item 4. So this one is the review of the council controlled tree management policy. So acting manager Marty Nielsen and Tim. So I'll hand over to, the author of this report, is our Parks and Urban Forest Policy Officer, Tim Revell. Is it how you say your last name, or is it Rival? Revell. Got it right first. Tim Revell.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, all councillors. So the purpose of this report is to review the draft changes, material changes to our existing street and park tree policy. Primarily, the existing policy was, when it was first created in 2017, had a very limited scope, so it only dealt with street and some park trees, so it didn't deal with all of our assets, which is something that we identified quite early on in our initial reviews of the policy itself. We viewed it that as this is a council-wide policy, it should be encompassing of all council-controlled trees. So that's trees that are on council-controlled lands, whether that be in parks, bushland parks, in land that council own, which leases, etc., etc. That then changed, because that changes our scope quite significantly, that then migrates through to other areas. So at the moment, we have a lot of informal processes that occur internally. So we have other branches that will liaise with parks in terms of when they need to get tree work done and those sorts of things. But when we formalise up to be a wider council-wide tree management policy, we wanted to formalise up a lot of those informal arrangements and agreements into a comprehensive policy that then outlines council's entire tree management position, as well as the other main item that we've provided a lot more clarity on is regarding tree removals and how that process works. So at the moment, it's loosely covered in the existing policy, and it's also touched on again in the planning scheme. And it's through those we wanted to provide a lot more clarity, both internally and externally, to the requirements that are required to meet our existing procedures, as well as the requirements that are required under the planning schemes at the moment. So what that section deals with is more of the reporting and the justifying elements. So that way, as it stands at the moment, there's can be applications come in, whether that be capital works programs that we're doing, whether that be development applications that may impact upon trees. And there's a requirement that we currently enforce now that says, if you're impacting upon a tree, we need you to demonstrate that the tree can be safely retained at the end of the works. And if it can't be safely retained, we need to understand why you want to go through that removal process and then seek compensation if that removal is agreed to. So that's a lot of that's dealt with under a procedure, the 7.22 tree removal and loss of amenity valuation procedure. But what we wanted to do was, in the policy, to provide a lot of linkage and connections between our policy and those procedures to make it a lot clearer of the expectations and when those expectations are required. So ultimately, the recommendations that we are putting forward is seeking endorsement of widening the policy scope, and also seeking endorsement of the draft policy moving forward.
Thanks. Right, yeah, thanks, Council. Sorry, question. Sorry, Councillor Harris Sullivan. Councillor McMahon. Councillor.
Thanks, Tim. I think first question is, was this due for renewal, this policy, or was it as well as sort of community pressure and community expectation about what Toowoomba Regional Council's doing in regard to environmental protection?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, a bit of both. The initial policy was drafted and endorsed in 2017. So it has been, when we started the review policy, about 5 years, but it's now about 6 years since that was endorsed. So that was a main driver that was required. The other main driver that we identified was a little bit of the community interest in trees, which we reviewed initially very early on, not directly, but through existing surveys that have been done through SPED and those branches, as well as identifying within the policy some gaps that either weren't there existing, which was the coverage of all council controlled trees, or there wasn't the clarity in the policy itself that didn't really spell out, I guess for want of better words, exactly what our requirements are in terms of managing and working around our trees.
So my second question, thank you, Tim, is about, we've all been contacted this morning from the chair of the UDIA about the unintended consequences of something like this, and it's to do mostly with, say, road reserves. So, you know, I know that this is, we didn't consult outside internal processes, did we? With this, no?
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, it is the worry. Like, I know that, say, up at Highfields, the road reserve had to be cleared for the services to go through there. So I guess I'm thinking about the unintended consequences of something like this if we haven't consulted with the industry.
Yes, Councillor. So what we've got with the current policy is formalisation of what's required through our planning scheme. So under the planning scheme policy there's components regarding impact upon council controlled trees, and I think the wording is something along the lines of does not require the removal of or harm to council controlled trees. What occurs through that process is we'll quite often, if it's not provided as part of the application, we'll seek an arborist report on any tree that is impacted. And the process through that is to effectively demonstrate saying, in a road reserve, we've got to put, whether it be road widening, whether it be services, etc., that effectively justifies, yes, these trees cannot be retained. This is why they can't be retained. We've got road widening, we've got services, etc. And that then, we then review that internally as arborists ourselves, and we say, yes, we concur. And that provides us a basis. If community, say, for instance, are saying, why were those trees removed? We've then at least got that report to fall back on and say, yeah, we've, as council officers, have done our due diligence, we've assessed the information presented, we can't safely retain these trees. Or it might be a case of we've assessed it and we say, yes, we believe we can retain some of these trees and here's a set of conditions. So what we've got in the policy is formalising that up. So what currently sits in the planning scheme can then also sit under our policy, and it provides a good linkage between the two. So it's not an addition to what is currently required of the development industry per se. It's more just formalising it up of what's required in our policy.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. I've got Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a few questions, obviously very similar line to Councillor Harris-Sullivan. So I'm just reading, Tim, good morning, on page 68 of board books. When it says the development applications and development and external permit applications, so there's some change in wording there. This is in the policy statements on the bottom of that page. So if I read the black, which is what it already was, council will require that, well, it used to be applicants provide all necessary information relating to the potential impact of development. So they already had to do that. We're just making sure, I suppose, like you said, wording up that policy to make sure it's black and white. So, of course, the hesitation around the impact on developers is there, but is it actually going to be terribly different under this policy?
Thank you, Councillor. No. So there's no a real effect change in terms of what currently exists. It's more clarifying that up and providing in a policy base that where there are trees that are impacted, where we say provide all necessary information relating, which is what is existing, it wasn't really clearly spelt out that means if you're working in a tree protection zone, you need to provide an arborist report. The arborist report needs to be done by a certain qualified person, and it then needs to outline certain elements under the Australian standards that then gives us a guide as to what needs to be provided in those reports. And that's about demonstrating that that tree can either safely be retained, so that means that the tree is not going to pose an undue risk at the completion of development and going forward to council, or if it can't be retained, we then can then say, or the applicant can then provide us with all of the options analysis that they've done to say, you know, we've looked at not putting the services there, but that then has this flow-on effect, etc., etc., which gives us that sound backing that we can say safely, hand on heart, yes, we've done all we can to either protect, or if we can't protect and it has no other option bar removal, we can then say, okay, here's the removal processes, and we will then need to go through a formal application and compensation requirements for that loss.
Sure, thanks for that. When it comes to removing end-of-life trees, this is a tough gig, and you guys do a really good job at it, and sometimes I will actually get told after the fact and it becomes political, and I'm convinced it should stay in the hands of expert arborists, not politicians, to be honest. But this basically goes from parks and council-owned to all council-owned land, and the ability to make that decision, right, is the main change that we're talking about here.
Yes, yeah. The process is still the same,
right.
In terms of if a tree is being removed because it's dead, dying or structurally dangerous, that requires an arborist to determine that base, and we've put some wording in there in the draft policy to sort of clarify that up of what actually constitutes a tree that's structurally compromised or is dead, and whether that's internal or external, it's still under our 7.22 procedure requires a formal application, whether that be an external application or an internal application, and that's then signed off by the manager of Parks and Recreation following a review of a necessity, effectively the same thing. Does the tree need to go? If the tree does go, what compensation requirements are necessary to compensate for the loss of that tree?
Yeah. Thanks for that. Chair, I actually have one more from a slightly different angle. Do you mind if I ask another question? Through you to Tim, and I did briefly chew your ear before we started here today, but I thought it necessary to bring this up. So 30, 40 years ago, someone had a really good idea that we plant street trees in suburbia under power lines. Now they're grown up, and my phone rings fairly commonly when they're grown up, and to get them around the power lines, Ergon comes along and gets rid of anything near the power line. Then our bin guys, I think it's our bin guys, come along and they get rid of it on the road so the guys can collect the bins. And you can't touch our street trees because they're sacred as, perhaps understandably, but the residents are left with a tree in their front yard of their suburban block that is the most hideous looking, sometimes right-angled thing, and you can't get rid of it at any point because it's a street tree. And I really think we need the ability to be able to do better. Unless it's end of life, you guys might get rid of it, but if it's just hacked by 4 different parties for different needs, and what's remaining is what's left is, I get some incredible pictures, to be honest, sent through. So I really think we need to be able to do better regarding the what's left street trees. And I'd like to see something reflected in this policy, perhaps around when it's been hacked on so many different sites for legitimate reasons, and we can't do anything to it, and the residents are just left with putting up with it. What can we do about that, and can that be reflected in this policy?
Yes, good point, Councillor. We've actually got a small section in the draft where we've added in regarding working with Ergon and other utility suppliers. Ergon's a little bit of a hard one in that they have a legislative head of power above us to enforce clearances, which we're currently working with Ergon to discuss the extent of pruning and what we can do. So that's certainly one aspect that we are currently, operationally speaking, working towards, which we put in there as well. The other one that we briefly mentioned in there is a veteran tree management. That one's still in the process of being developed, and we're still doing a data capture moving forward. A lot of those trees which you spoke about are significant and iconic avenues of Canthers and London plane trees, which at the moment we have a policy of right tree for right location to avoid those future effects. What we've found early on in the data capture so far is that we're going to need to do some pruning management activities on these trees moving forward. What that looks like, we're not 100% sure of the full picture at this stage, but ultimately I think as part of that process going forward will be a review of where there's power lines, how those trees pruned, is there mechanisms that we can operationally take in terms of pruning to effectively kill a few birds with one stone, stop a tree looking absolutely ugly, but also manage the tree's health a lot better as well.
Yeah, thanks. So I appreciate that. I think the right tree for right area is good now, but it doesn't fix the historical ones that have been planted. And further, probably some of them I wouldn't say are in the veteran category now, so they might be slipping through the cracks of all the different policies, and it just might be a 20-year-old, street tree that. So could you point me to where in the new policy we're talking on that?
Yes, I'll see if I can dig up the page.
Because I am pushing because I would like to see this cleaned up. It's a source of frustration for several residents, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So.
Yes, sorry. Yes, page 4 of the draft. Yeah, the management of council-controlled trees around overhead power lines and utility service installations. So that's where we're wanting to work with the with the utility providers, particularly Ergon, because they're quite visually prominent in terms of their power line clearance requirements. And we're wanting to partner with Ergon, understanding that Ergon have a lot of their own pressures and why they clear to the extent that they do, but we're wanting to work with them to minimise that, as well as then also see what activities we can then bundle with them. An example of that, which we haven't got in there because this would be an operational thing, but an example of that would be when we sit down with Ergon and we discuss saying, okay, we get you guys having clearance zone of a minimum of 3 metres around low voltage, 8 metres around high voltage. We can see that that's going to end up effectively with a tree that's almost on a 90-degree right angle. Is there mechanisms that we can partner with Ergon in terms of they do their parent lines clearance, we come through, or they do at the same time in terms of pollarding back, so then we don't have these big long leaders? Is that something we can do? Do we look at pruning, partnering with Ergon and pruning out what they call outside of cycles? So Ergon have a pruning regime which runs on cycles, so they prune once every, say, 3 years. Hence why they go very, very hard. But do we partner with them and say, well, do we come in arrangement? We say, well, we prune on certain avenues that we prune outside of that. We prune, say, once a year to minimise that extent and that effectively damage of the aesthetics.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. That's a really good point, and I really appreciate the dialogue. I wonder, to me, in that first dot point there, we go, our trump card is protection, but there's nothing about aesthetics, and it's like, so I wonder if we could look at proposing, council will work with service providers to advocate for the protection and aesthetics of council-controlled trees. So it's got to sort of look like a decent tree when we're done. Is that something we could consider adding in there to make, the person who's in suburbia with the tree that's getting hacked, then at least it looks like some sort of a tree when we're done. And then we have the protection and it still looks like a tree at the end. Is that something, I don't know, through perhaps to Nick or Tim, if you feel like answering it, but that we might be able to look at adding in there?
Yes, I think that's definitely something we could look at adding an extra little bit of wording if needed on that part.
Thanks, Tim. I'll won't have any more questions for now, but I really would appreciate we looking into that change for today.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. G'day, Nick. G'day, Tim. How are you both? Thank you for this report. I wanted to go into some of the detail of the proposed changes, and they're all on page 69 of board books, page 4 of 15 of the actual policy. So overall, you know, Tim, I hear you speak, and it sounds like, and that was my reading also, an increasing of to make this a more robust policy. But when I look at the bonds section on that page, it seems that we've actually weakened what was there. So initially we had that council will condition, this is the old policy, that council will condition bond payments from developers, formal park users and event organisers and so on. But the proposed change is that we may condition. Can I have an explanation of the justification of that? Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, that came about through discussions regarding bonding under development applications and how we can sort of integrate through there. At the moment, we're a little bit limited on what we can bond directly regarding trees. In time, under the planning scheme reviews, that may change going forward. But at the moment, it's a little bit loose and fast for us to be able to directly ask for a tree bond. So we've put it in there as a may, because under park access permits and those sorts of bits and bobs, we can, if we see a need or a risk. So it's effectively like a risk base where it's a park access application. We assess it and say, what's the risk of this tree being harmed? And that's why we changed that wording to be may at this stage going forward.
I'm just not sure that it actually, if you're looking for more justification in from an operational perspective for your decision making when you're dealing with event organisers or whoever, I don't think taking it from will to may actually does that, because I mean that seems quite ambiguous to me, and but if I put myself in the shoes of an events organiser having some party in the park, it seems too subjective for council to just be saying we might do it this time, we might not. So.
Yes, that's actually a very good point. Yes, yeah. We do require bonds, correct me if I'm wrong, Marty, we do require a bond ordinarily for park access, but this part here was directly relating to the tree component, and whether that would be something that we could legally enforce at this stage was a bit of an unknown at this point.
I just we'll come back to it, but I'm not convinced. Tim?
I'll have a go.
Yeah,
I think
thanks.
the point being that through our normal park use process and booking requirements, we're collecting bonds already. So it would be argued that there's no need to collect an additional bond on top of that. We've got a bond that covers any damage to the park, including to the trees. So to suggest in here, we'll also collect a bond from you on top of a bond that we've already collected. For what purpose? It doesn't really achieve a lot. There might also be uses where there are zero or very minimal likelihood of impact to the trees, in which case if we impose a bond on those people, they'll think that to be unfair and unreasonable, and they'll be lobbying to you to change the conditions. So I guess this places the discretion at the manager of parks who's approving these uses as to if it's prudent to apply or not. And believe me, we err on the side of conservatism and caution, and we would collect it if there was any thought for us. We wouldn't be waiving that. The application process involves dialogue between our staff who are assessing the applications and the applicants. So, that helps clarify the may and any confusion about why have you applied here and why haven't you applied it there. We would explain that to them.
Okay. I think that if you're applying a bond in the parks area, then including the word will here doesn't intimate that it's an additional bond. I think it could be taken to mean the point we're trying to make here is that those trees are precious, and whether it's applied by one part of council or another part, the intent is what we're trying to articulate here in this policy. But I'll park that for now and probably come back to it. The other one that I wanted to raise is again about the sort of subjectivity of what we've put in here, if I might, Chair. The subjectivity of some of the wording. So on that same page, the first full paragraph, up. That's it, thank you. So we're proposing that we add the words, where deemed necessary, council will apply relevant tree protection and retention conditions. That seems fraught, those words, where deemed necessary, because again, it's so subjective. And then we further dilute it by relevant tree protection. So again, can I have some explanation about who would then be deeming necessary, what is necessary, and what is the relevant tree protection? Is it actually workable and usable for the intent?
Sorry, good question, Councillor. Yes. So under Australian Standard 4970, that's sort of like our bit of a Bible that we use when we're assessing tree impacts. There's some activities that can occur in a TPZ which you don't really require an arborist per se to be on site or actually even review. And there's a whole heap that are, and it also depends upon how the extent of incursion into a TPZ. So what we do at the moment is we review what someone's proposing to do, and then we will then look at what we feel we could apply in that situation, which isn't going to be overly onerous, that then someone then's going to come back to us and say, you've just cost me a huge amount of money in my development, and it then becomes unreasonable. So that's why we've used the words relevant at that point. So it's relevant for that particular application or that particular circumstance, which needs to be assessed by certain level arborists, which is what we've sort of outlined in there as well too, in terms of the requirements around that. And that then requires whether it be internally, it then gets ratified through the manager of parks. If it's externally, we as parks as an IR referral partner will then put that back, our conditions through to development services then for review going forward.
I'll ask one more question and then just a comment, if I might, Chair. Again, on that same page, the operational activities. And this was one of the places where my mind actually really went, right? Because the point of us councillors looking at a policy is we set the strategic direction, and then officers have a clear sort of and defensible justification for their actions. So for the operational activities undertaken by council or external parties, we've striked out that activities or works likely to cause harm will be avoided or redesigned and or managed to ensure the level of harm is mitigated in the first instance or reduced to an acceptable level. And that has been taken out. And I mean, that seems to be the risk what we always try to do for risk. We try to avoid in the first instance, and if we cannot avoid, we reduce and mitigate. But those words have, as far as I can see, not been copied and pasted up where the operational activities section has been reinserted. So again, it's not as strong, it doesn't seem to be, as the original policy.
It's actually a good pickup there, Councillor. Yeah, so what we've got in the operational context is the reporting requirements to meet AS 4970. Under AS 4970, it's a requirement in there that you review all options for redesign. That's one of the key requirements that's done under the preliminary arborist impact assessment, I think it's called from memory. And basically what that preliminary ARB report does is it says, okay, where are my trees and what am I proposing to do? And that at that point, that involves a lot of the design work under AS 4970. So that means at that point, the design team, along with an engaged arborist, is reviewing, can this be moved, where it can be moved to, can they change how much they're going into that TPZ? If they can't move it or change what they're doing, it might be even down to changing construction methodology, it might be utilising a different construction elements. Then needs to be documented in what's called an arboricultural impact assessment, or an AIA, and that document is really critical because it will outline all of those steps. It will outline the initial ARB assessments where we're reviewing what trees are where. It'll review all of the design steps that have gone through in terms of, have you reviewed mitigation options, have you reviewed moving this, changing that, all of those steps, and it provides that line of sight between the initial conception to the AIA detailing this is how you will actually work on site. You will need a arborist on site for these points. You'll need to construct in this methodology, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but that just, none of what I just heard sets a direction for the mitigation of risk to trees. It's more about what I just heard then seemed to be more about process. And again, these documents are strategic documents that set intent and direction.
Just make a comment also, if I may, through you, Chair. I think that you're exactly right around the policy, Councillor Rebecca. It sets the strategic intent and gives us a head of power in order to implement the will of the council. I think in relation to that particular matter there, it's somewhat encompassed back on page 2 of the overarching policy objectives. And I'd also make the comment, I actually find the table very detailed and almost getting to a process, almost kind of instruction about how we're going. So there's a lot of detail in there. But I think in the policy objectives, a new bullet point's been added at the bottom of page 2 of 15, it's 67 of 489 on board books. And it reads, the objective of the council-controlled tree management policy are to actively seek the preservation and protection of council-controlled trees during development and capital works activities. That could probably be enhanced by the addition of operational and capital works activities or something like that. But reading through all those overarching principles and policy objectives gives the overarching head of power. When we get into this table, it's kind of getting into a very somewhat low level of detail around the process and procedure that we follow. But the reinstatement of that particular bullet point above in the table there is certainly something that we can have a look at if we think it's not picked up elsewhere in the policy. Thanks. I think the overarching intent of this policy is pretty clear.
Well, that's why I've asked these 3 questions, because I found that when I read those objectives, it set an intention, but then when I got into the table, there seemed to be some discrepancies between what was in there and what the actual objectives of the policy are. And to Councillor McMahon's point, the the first dot point of those policy objectives talks about the aesthetic, but then again, he's saying the same thing as me. How is that actually articulated further on in the document? And for us councillors, yep, it's about setting the strategic intent, but we also then, we all understand the issues with trees get heated. And from an officer's perspective, and I've, on some issues, you know, Nick, that I've delved into the detail on this, from an officer's perspective, I think they need protection as well and really clear parameters to work within, because otherwise their discretion, I think, is probably something that they can exercise with more defined parameters, but it actually provides them a measure of protection, because they can then really easily refer to a robust policy. This is justification for my decision. So it's not just about what we want politically, it's also about looking after the staff as well when push comes to shove on these issues.
And I think, sorry, Madam Chair, I think that's the challenge when writing policies, is striking that balance between providing the overarching direction and strategic intent. And it's the argument of what's a better policy? A policy that's 2 or 3 pages long that nails the strategic intent, or something that's 15 pages long as we've got here, that's starting to get into an operational level of detail that might be better sitting in a procedure in the background. And, you know, again, I'll say there's 10 councillors in the room, there'll probably be multiple views around which is the best, a 3-page policy or a 15-page policy. It's striking that balance. And I think sometimes when you go into more detail, that you run the risk of contradicting yourself or further diluting what you set out to intent in the strategic intent. But in doing so, then you're placing trust and confidence in the delegated officers to make those decisions and apply discretion, and that doesn't afford that same level of security that you're seeking, I think, and it opens to questions and further lobbying around the way they've applied those decisions. So it's a delicate balance. We've tried to do that here. The feedback I'm hearing today, I think, can easily be accommodated. A couple of additional things that have been raised can easily be accommodated by some relatively minor wording changes and strengthen up and pick up on those things. And I think, you know, the purpose of bringing it here and having your collective minds turn to this with the history and experiences that you've had certainly helped in achieving a better policy document at the end of the day.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. We've got Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and I've got a few questions too, if you can bear with me. I do think it is good that we are tightening this up. I do think it's important, given, you know, the discussions that we've been having. I do think that that is important, but I also do think it needs flexibility for that unknown or unexpected circumstance that can occur. It's that unintentional consequences that's been raised before. And that also reflects, you know, about council may condition a bond payment. I think there are times, exceptional circumstances where that, and if you've got must or will, you don't have that flexibility that you need, because we deal with so many variances here at council. I mean, you guys are in the front of it all, and you know that all the variances that occur, and it's very hard if we deliver a policy that's black and white with no flexibility whatsoever, because that's when you end up in trouble. And so I really think that we do need to be careful. I'd also like consideration to be given for a meeting with UDIA before next Tuesday's meeting, so that we can get feedback from them, because they are the ones that are most likely to have the unintentional circumstances, because they live it from the other side. And I think it would be healthy for council to actually hear from them, just in case there is something there that we have overlooked, that, you know, and we're all trying the hardest to get the best outcomes, but sometimes we just don't see something because it's someone looking through another lens sees it. So I'd really appreciate if that could be considered. Thanks. I note that there's also a lot of statements in there about agricultural land, and it also says in there that it doesn't apply to private property. This policy doesn't apply to private property, but I really would like to see you know, at the end where you've got explanations for wording, I'd love to see explanation for agricultural land in there, because agricultural land is used a lot in this policy. So I really think there needs to be an explanation for that, whether, you know, that whether it's council reserve land or anything like that. If we could get an explanation for that, please, I think that would also help clarify the policy. On B69, where it talks about the overhead power lines and things, it says council will require the new services are not installed within close proximity to a council controlled tree. The thing that worries me for that is if you get a new development, do they still have overhead power lines in new developments? They don't. Okay, so it shouldn't be relevant anyway. I was just thinking that if there were power lines put there and then council comes along and puts a tree in, so it shouldn't be an issue anyway. Okay, thank you, that clarifies that one for me. On Board Book 70, which is the next page, page 5 of the policy. No, sorry, 71. Apologies for that. It says trees located on rural roads and roads with a posted speed limit of 70 kilometres an hour or higher are not proactively managed. Is there some sort of litigation exposure there if we don't, you know, rural road over 70, most of them are over 70 kilometres an hour, tree falls on a car, are we exposed?
Sorry, I'll hopefully be able to answer that one for you. Yeah, tree risk is a bit of an interesting beast. The main component with tree risk is that as a council we need to be able to demonstrate that we've done everything that we can that's reasonable to mitigate the risk, and that comes down to can we assess every tree within our whole region. And then the reasonability test then is if it's in a park or if it's in an urban street, well then there is a probable expectation or a reasonable expectation that those trees would be regularly assessed for hazards by a qualified arborist. When we're looking at rural roads or roads with a higher speed limit, some of those are covered under state legislation, like in terms of from DTMR, if they're a state-controlled road. If they're not a state-controlled road, we've got literally so many trees in those environments, it's not quite practical for us to be able to do a regular audit of those, which is where we use the wording not proactively managed, purely on the basis that there is just so many trees in that environment that we can't manage them as proactively as what we would in those lower speed limit areas where we do have annual risk assessment conducted on. So they then default to what we call a reactive management base. So that's literally if a member of the public identifies a tree and says, hey, I've got an issue with this tree here, or this tree fell, we deal with that on an as-need basis rather than an actual proactive management base like we do with the higher order roads.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about, you know, New England Highway, which is a federal road. They've done a lot of culling of trees along there in that really thick avenue because of that sort of thing. So I just wondered whether it was relevant to us too. Is there, maybe check with legals before next week, or are you comfortable that that's covered?
I'm comfortable that it's covered,
Okay.
councillor. Look, there's always that exposure and liability to us, but Tim nailed it's what's reasonable and what's practical, and you know there's a number of risk assessments sitting behind all of those sorts of things. And if we had a particular area of road where there were trees of concern, we probably would inspect them proactively, even though it might be on 70 kilometres per hour, and we deal with them reactively, and it's within our risk tolerance, our risk appetite and tolerance statement, those things.
Okay, thanks, Nick. So then, in relation to the street trees, and I'm sorry I haven't put a page number in here. You know, when we consider the status of a street tree, and there's a description in there somewhere, I am sorry I haven't written that down. You talk about species of trees. Do you consider that the potential for damage to vehicles, as in paint damage from things falling off the trees when selecting plants?
Yes, councillor, yes, absolutely. We work on a basis of right tree for right location, and the premise of that is that the species that's used in a street environment needs to be cognizant of its location, whether that be on how much road reserve it has, is there driveways nearby, is fence lines, houses, etc., as well as overhead services. And then we also look at that in terms of what is this species likely to cause, in terms of, is this a tree species that's likely to cause us a lot of pathways coming through in the future? Because ultimately, that's things that we want to avoid. We want street trees that are, you know, the community effectively are going to want in front of their house, rather than one that they're going to feel is a burden upon themselves. So that's one of the main characteristics that we review in all species that we do, all street tree plantings that we do. Primarily, it limits our species availability. Quite often what we'll get internally is I'd really love, you know, this species here. Quite often a common one that we'll get is a jacaranda. I really want a jacaranda in front of my house. But when we look at that through the lens of, is there enough space? What is the likelihood of this tree causing harm or damage to services and infrastructure around there? You know, the flower and leaf drop is quite significant on those. So that's sort of the checks and balances that we do internally to getting that right tree for that right location when we are planting.
Okay, thank you. And of course, most streets have got cars parked in them now, so it's not just the driveway. So experience I had with a resident was lily-pilly trees damaging the paint on cars. So that's why I mentioned it. So hopefully no lily-pillies are being planted anywhere in the street trees.
Definitely not. No. Though for a lily-pilly to be planted, it would have to be in a pretty unique location for those ones.
Yeah, thank you. So I think this is my last one, you'll be glad to hear. So on B75, on board books, or page 10. So standard conditions applied for approved tree removals include but not limited to, and it goes through that list. As I read it, if council planted a tree that needs removing in accordance with the criteria that's been met, as I read it, the resident still has to pay according to standard conditions. Is that right? That the resident has to pay for its removal even though it's met the criteria? Is that right or not?
So it depends upon the situation. If a tree is structurally dead, dying or dangerous, then no. If a resident has applied for a tree to be removed for instance, for another driveway to go in, because that's a private infrastructure that person's wanting to put in that affects a council asset, they then would need to pay for the removal of the tree. In terms of the compensation requirements, it's a tier system. So our primary compensation that we will always seek is compensatory trees equal to the amenity value of the tree. In instances where it does happen occasionally, it's not a common thing, where there's literally not the room to be able to plant a tree back in that location or enough trees to compensate. That's where the hybrid or the the monetary compensation methods apply. So in those instances, the residual value after X number of trees are planted by the applicant is paid to council, or if they can't plant any compensatory trees, then the full compensatory amount would be required to offset.
So, but if it meets the criteria for removal, the resident doesn't have to pay for it. Is that right? Thank you. That's the confirmation I wanted.
If it meets the requirements for removal, so there's they've put in a formal application for tree removal, and they've outlined their justification, said, look, there's absolutely no way I can move whatever the case may be. They would be required to pay for the removal. The only exception to that would be if the tree meets a dead, dying or structurally dangerous component. But that means that effectively, if it's dead, dying or structurally dangerous, council would be on onus to remove that tree irrespective of the person wanting to put in that private infrastructure. So it's only in instances where the tree's healthy, it's structurally sound, and the applicant is actually wanting to put something in there that's not of any real benefit to council.
So if it's damaging their assets?
We've got a part in the tree removal application process that deals with damage to assets. It depends upon if they can demonstrate that the tree is actually causing the damage. If the tree is demonstrated that, yes, this tree is definitely wrecking your foundations to your house or whatever the case may be, and we planted the tree after that asset went in, then that would be us to remove, because that would be an issue for council. But there's usually, speaking under the procedure there's a lot of, that may require things like an engineering report or something behind that reason to demonstrate that yes, it is actually the tree that's causing this damage.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Nick and Tim and team, can I applaud you for a step in the right direction to actually shore up this policy and give clearer direction, both from an organisational point of view and to the community, and not just to sectors of the community, but to all the community. I love the fact that you use the word, we're custodians of the trees. They're part of country, and we are custodians of the trees. You know, sometimes I think we lose sight of that and what they give us and the amenity they create. I applaud you for the leadership in taking this step, and council needs to be a leader in this space. Notwithstanding, there'll be internal implications, you know, with standardising a policy. And as far as unintended consequences, if we don't do things different, we get more of the same. And I don't need to refer to a recent patch of dirt to the north of us here. That's some unintended that's direct consequences of not actually doing something like this. Councillors, I think we've got a ways to go, and I've got a couple of questions, Nick, just a couple of comments if I may. We've got a ways to go because the reason we get caught as meat in the sandwich here is because council gives a DA approval and trees are not part of an operational works for a development application. So in other words, council gives the approval, then when the trees get knocked over on a road reserve, I'm talking specifically, not in private property, this is council property, then the claim comes back that, oh, council's given approval. So the body of work for us to do in the planning scheme is to ensure that tree removal on council road reserve, in particular higher order roads, where there can be different treatments applied to preserve vegetation, that can be an operational works where the developer has to, the onus is on the developer to provide a proper assessment, and it's not council's approval. So that protects council staff from getting it in the neck from both ways, from the organisation and from this boardroom and from the public, if the tree removal is part of the operational works on a development assessment separate to approval. That's where there's a loophole for us. And DA design and layout, particularly on higher order roads, will actually help deal with some of this stuff. So my questions, I'm sorry for the few comments, mate. You're nodding, probably in agreement. Where does this policy sit in the hierarchy of policies? And the reason why I'm asking that, there are operational policies that we don't see. And how does it speak to the Green IS, infrastructure strategy, which hopefully soon will, this financial year or the next coming financial year will become policy? And how does it speak to, are you a referral agency for the planning scheme with this policy, or does this help drive stuff for the planning scheme? So in the higher order of policies, there are different policy levels. Where does this sit?
I'm going to go first, and then I'm going to hand it to Tim for how it relates to the planning scheme and the Green IS and that sort of stuff. So you're right, Councillor Carr, we have a hierarchy of policies, and this one sits at the very top, being a council policy and endorsed and adopted by council. So we also have organisational policies, I think, endorsed by the CEO. We can have group policies and branch policies endorsed at the appropriate level, depending on what they're addressing. So as a council policy, it's here today, seeking your endorsement. Changes require your concurrence for that to happen. So that's where it sits there. In terms of the way it speaks to the Green IS and referrals from the planning scheme, Tim will be better placed to answer that question, because Tim's the assessing officer on most of those things, so he's got practical working knowledge.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, parks are a referral partner under the IRA referral agreement for development assessments. So myself and my supervisor are at Parks Strategy. So we see all, whether they be MCU, RALs or operational works applications for any development application that may have an interest for parks. Some of them may not, but quite often they do. Through that process, we utilise both the planning scheme itself, be able to go back and say and argue and seek more information regarding trees or impacts to trees. And that's where we wanted this policy to have some linkage there as well in terms of the requirements, the reporting requirements. So that way it effectively gives us two heads of power rather than relying purely on the planning scheme through that process. We then can say, well, council ourselves, we're also, whether that be internal or whether that be external outside of development applications, is requiring the same information that we are requiring through that planning scheme process.
Thanks, Tim. It's important for me to have my head around that, because we can get confused with organisational policy. No, I applaud it, and thank you, and I look forward to moving through the new planning scheme and how this will complement, and as I say, how we shift the onus onto the developer that wants to actually develop a site, and how we keenly look at subdivision design and layout, and how we allow access to higher order roads that exterminates mature vegetation, and council gets the blame because we've got to put all the infrastructure down a narrow corridor on a higher order road, and we've got 6 metre driveways every 600 square metre blocks. So any wonder, there are a myriad of different things, as I've said publicly and in this room, that other councils are more than adequately doing in the treatment of these higher order and connector roads, because we have a beautiful network of amenity that we need to treat differently, because once it's gone, and it's expensive to plant trees. The highest order is to preserve, second is mitigate, and third is offset, the lowest order. We can plant all the trees we like, but it's better to preserve and have a targeted offset program that might actually work with this policy. That's where I see some potential as well. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. We've got Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor Cole. Many many comments he's just made about development, and I refer when I was in South Australia in 2019, Mount Barker, the state government comes in over, which would be helpful if it happened here, but is give us more teeth, and makes mature trees part of the development, which adds so much amenity. But that wasn't what I had my hand up for. I think we probably, if you're wanting to have some knowledge around trees on rural roads, probably we should check with ISG, because I do know that we actually only administer the road reserve on behalf of the state government, and even if we want to take down a tree because we think it's maybe a little bit unsafe or something else, I know that we have to get permission for it. So I suggest that there's a little bit of a delineation there, and we probably should clarify that if somebody wants to know more about it. You can't just go and take down a tree out in a road reserve out in the country, out in the rural areas. You just can't do it. You have to get permission from the state government. Thanks.
I'll just quickly confirm that happens as a good relationship with ISG. Yep.
Okay, Danny, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Pardon me. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick. Thank you, Tim. And thank you, Marty. There's been a lot of discussions here, and I just wonder whether we are comfortable today to actually firm up a decision until next week. That's in the back of my mind. I've got just a couple of broad questions, I guess. The first one is, in the report, it talks about a material change to the existing policy, okay, which clearly it is, because you're combining the broader spectrum of trees owned by council or managed by council. But yet, the commentary has been made that there isn't a material change to policies that align with development for industry. So can I just get a comment on that's what I'm hearing, and in actual fact, commentary around the development industry should be probably tempered a little bit by them not seeing this policy and understanding it fully in concert with the other policies that are already in place. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes. So under the current planning scheme policy, there is requirements that we can ask for information, whether that be arborist reports, etc., that demonstrate that they are protecting and retaining these trees. And what we've done with this policy here is effectively given that a second head of power in a council policy rather than just in the planning scheme policy that clarifies that requirement up as well. That instead of purely say an application comes in and they're working within a protection zone of a tree, and a council controlled tree that is, and we haven't seen any arborist reports for that, we will then send back an information request saying, can you please provide us with an arborist report, effectively what we've got in the policy now. So it's providing that clarity within the policy that these are what we require now anyways through the development application processes, and it's more just documenting that down so it's a lot clearer that this is an expectation that not only within the development application process, but council ourselves will also go through these same processes. So then we don't end up with a situation whereby a developer says, hang on a second, you made me jump through this hoop and getting an arborist report. You guys are doing this work down there. Have you done that? Which we generally do, but it's more saying, we're transparent in that having both of those concurrent.
Yeah, so that's sort of a side, but it's a good point. The second part I was raising, which Councillor Vonhoff raised, Councillor Tim, in regard to some clarity around some wording, and from an operational perspective, and I do think operational needs to be included in that one, which is similar to what Councillor Vonhoff said, because exactly what you're talking about could open council up for criticism about, well, you've asked us to do that, yet you're not doing it, which is a bit of a tit for tat type mentality, but that's what would go on, I would imagine. Ultimately, the objectives at the start, I think, set out clearly what we're trying to do, and picking up on Councillor Rebecca as well in regard to some clarity around consistency of messaging. It needs to also be consistent in messaging, not just for this policy, but consistent across council. And that's when we say there's not a material change between one to the other. I would just hope that that planning have been involved in this consultation to this point, and if there's changes, what they're doing is in line with what this policy is. Because the last thing we want is for not to talk to. Can you just get clarification that is happening?
Yes, Councillor, yes. Part of the drafting of this policy went through an extensive consultation process. We consulted extensively with development services, and we sought feedback from the planning sections in there as well. We're currently also, as an IR partner, working through the current plan scheme review, which we'll also be working with to tie off and get those linkages between all the current existing policies as well.
I mean, this is a real balancing act. You know, development is something that is inevitable. Protection of our environment is critical. So this is where this balance is, and I'm just wondering, you know, you go to page 74, and even items in there that say, council will not support tree removal in the following situations, and that's pretty hard and fast. So it's page 74 of board books, and I guess it's page 9 of 15 in the policy. And there's, you know, for unsupported claims of medical interference, property damage, all those sorts of things, and probably picks up a little bit on Councillor Nancy was saying about going forward, the trees that are planted aren't trees that create nuisance. You know, that's natural. But there are trees that currently do create nuisance. You know, it's reported that they do create nuisance. Our camphor laurel trees around Queen's Park are a declared pest. So I think we need to be careful in our policy when we say we'll not support tree removal in the following situations. I think we need to be very cautious of what that wording actually means. This is about clarity for the community, clarity for council and officers to make decisions, and clarity for those that need to read the policy to do something. And I'm just picking up again on the clarity around the intent at the start, and then some of the wording in it. I just think it does create, and planting, you know, there's a lot of shades of grey, but I'm just worried that sometimes there's so much information in here that the subject of criticism and being brought to account may actually create more confusion for officers to make a decision. So I don't know. I actually think we need to work through it a bit, to be honest. And based on some of the comments around the room, I'd be more than happy to defer this for down the track and actually have another session on it. And Tim, you've mentioned some of the ideas are good ideas. I think the GM has supported that. And Councillor Summerfield rightly pointed out an opportunity for others to have their input. I just think we owe it to ourselves to do that, to get it as right as we can. So I'm comfortable to move a deferral for this until we do that.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. So I'll just hold that. So there's an indication there of a willingness to move a motion to defer. I assume that you're happy to, Councillor Summerfield's happy to second that. You're finished with your, I'll sit on.
And
sorry.
When I say that could actually be next Tuesday. Could actually be next Tuesday. This is just deferring the committee, and it could be next Tuesday that decision is made on it.
So I'll hold that because I just have a couple of other questions around, but we do have a motion to defer, Councillor, so that's what sits with a mover and a seconder of
Yeah,
that.
but can we get clarity on whether it's till next Tuesday's meeting or beyond, because I wish to debate otherwise.
Sure.
And around if we're going to consult with one group, we need to be mindful that there are other groups and interested stakeholders that will have an interest in this as well. And it's more than development applications.
Okay. Well, I'll just, as the mover, what?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think there's some commentary about perhaps some wording changing that came through, and there was an indication from officers that yes, and like we do with any committee, there's a time frame for others to come in and get information. So if that comes through, what I think may well happen here is that when people get the opportunity to hear what's been said and actually digest the policy, it may not be as different as what it is. So that's the reason. It could well be next Tuesday that comes through.
So I'll just check. So with the seconder, so was that your intent or
Yeah,
understanding
look-
as well with the deferral?
For me, I don't know the urgency. Let's do it right, so we've got it right. I don't think there's an urgency for it to be next Tuesday. If there's a willingness around the table that it be next Tuesday, I'd probably like to hear the reason for that urgency. But I think we're better off, there's been good work done on this, and it probably just needs some tweaking and some consultation. And let's just get it right in the first instance. Otherwise, we could easily be back here in 6 months' time, having caused whatever problems out there because of that unintentional consequences that we talked about. So let's just
Okay.
take a breath and get it right.
So if I can
Thanks.
so Councillor Carr, does that answer your question around that? Yeah, reasons for a deferral. Okay, so I just want to. So that's where we sit at the moment. So there's a motion there, so that it will to defer. So we'll move on to seconder. I've just got a couple of other questions that I'm going to go to first, just out of order here, whilst I'm rolling through this. So I'm going to park. There's a motion on the floor with a mover and a seconder at the moment. So that'll sit once I exercise the end of questions. That's where we'll come back to. So, and Councillor, you don't have any further questions, Councillor McDonald? Apologies.
No, that's
Okay.
thanks.
I've got Councillor McMahon.
Chair, look, I I had some minor changes I wanted to propose, and if we're going to defer it until perhaps next Tuesday, maybe we could look at them. But what I was going to ask for, if we're going to go down Councillor McDonald's avenue there, I still want to talk about the ones with the power lines and propose some more changes for that if we could look at it by next Tuesday. When we come to the section about council tree removal considerations, and I know they need to be fairly strict, and I've kind of written it down here, we don't remove it unless it's a hazard, dead, a pest species for significant damage or justified by council for a capital works program. I'm not telling you, I'm actually asking for advice from you guys. How would it look if something was in there that, and you could have elegant wording around it, something that said in exceptional circumstances where it's been had a chunk taken out of it by several different groups and now no longer contains any aesthetic value, to remove it and replace it. If we were to go into bat, I was to go into bat for that sort of clause by next week, could I just get some advice from you guys how it might look, and what your thoughts are on that?
Can I just sort of say, the only thing I'd say is obviously if we're going to defer, there's probably, if it gets to that, there's probably it's probably irrelevant to have that by Tuesday. Do you know what I mean? Because that'll form part of the overall.
Well, how about I ask if it's a good idea, and then the officers can.
Yeah, so I'll get their
tell me
comment.
if they
I'll get their
think
comment, and the only comment I'll make to you on that as well is what's the saying? Beauty is within the eye of the beholder.
There are objective standards
So is
as
the
well.
level. So is the level of nuisance. It's possible, rather than trying to put some words around it now, which would feel a little bit like policy on the run, I'd take some time to word that up, take on board the feedback. It's good feedback, good idea. I'm confident that between now and Tuesday we could word that up and we could include it in the attachment that would come back to you and provide some commentary around it then.
Okay, look, I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to work with Councillor Jeff on the deferral, but could I please ask that that's included, Nick, and where were we on the other one around, gotta get back into the iPad. When we talk about page 4, management of council-controlled trees around overhead power lines and utility service installation, the bottom of that same page, that was already in there. The first 2 dot points were more or less as they are, and all we've done is add the second 2, which says we don't install it and we look for underground stuff. So we're not doing really anything stronger to deal with existing trees, that how we work with them around power lines and stuff. I'd like that stronger than what it was in the last policy, keeping in mind and taking Councillor Vonoff's point, it does mention it in the strategic objectives. I would like to see those points, the first 2, stronger than what it was in the old policy, if that's something that I could ask for as well. But those changes aside, Chair, I'm happy to see that come back to us. Thanks very much.
I might just ask Nick, just to make commentary just around, or where he sees we're at, and also if I can add, sorry Nick, if I can just add to it, just around, we've been talking about deferrals and whether it comes back Tuesday, and there's an indication here obviously over that it doesn't necessarily have to be Tuesday. Your point of view in terms of the timeliness of it, the criticality of it from a timeline point of view, like where that sits from an officer point of view around timeframes for deferral, etc.
Thanks, Chair. Respectfully, councillors, we're in your hands. But I just wanted to comment the things that I heard about through your feedback for us to consider and amend before we come, if it was to come back next week, with a couple of items that Councillor McMahon just highlighted, and it was around trying to include some impacts on the council controlled trees, and also the last point there around reasons for tree removal. So there are a couple of things we work on. Councillor Rebecca's item around the removal of the bullet point about operational activities undertaken by council. So we would review that. I would propose review the whole policy and see if it's covered somewhere else. If not, reinstate that bullet point. And maybe it's just as easy to reinstate that bullet point anyway. And I think that led us to the point in the, I think it was the purpose of the policy objectives, and the bullet point I highlighted on the bottom of page 2, and including some operational activities in additional to capital works. And Councillor Summerfield asked us to consult with UDIA before next Tuesday. So they were probably the main takeaways that I took for us to work on making amendments to the policy before it's attached to the agenda next week. The other point was around the may and the will in terms of imposing bonds, and there was a couple of different views, so I wasn't proposing to make any change to that one. So they were the things that I heard from you all. And in terms of, did I miss one from you, Councillor McDonald, that you were? Oh, agricultural land definition was another one as well, agricultural land definition. And then in terms of the time, the urgency, look, we commenced this review in December or November 2021. So it's taken some time to get to this point. Another month probably doesn't hurt us, is one argument. The other argument is we have spent an hour and a half on it this morning. We've got a fair bit of feedback from you that I think we can address before next week. You know, I think we can do it, unless you prefer that there's a whole heap more consultation undertaken.
Thanks, Nick. I think the only other one I'd say with that as well, the only variable to that would be as well, like if we're talking about consultation with the UDIA, it's in terms of time frame. I don't know if by Tuesday it was doable by them. I don't know, you know. So that'd be the only other variable, I guess, out. Just
the other point of clarification I should make: it wouldn't be a month; it would be more, because I think committee reports for the next month were due to me on Tuesday. So you've missed your deadline, fellas. So and that's owing to this committee being deferred a week and all that sort of stuff. So put us out of sync.
That's just a little bit of clarity around that. So. Sorry, I do have a queue up here. I'm trying my best to get to everyone, if you can bear with me. Councillor Harris Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Round 2. I'll start by wishing the Chair a happy birthday today. I think, General Manager Nick, the fact that we've spent an hour and a half on it indicates how important it is to this council to get it right. There's certainly, I think, a message coming from council that it's really important to us, and I know that you know that. I wanted to ask you about where it says in the policy there on page 5 of 15 about council aims to foster and facilitate community engagement and participation in a range of urban forestry planting activities and projects where appropriate. And I can't help thinking about my million tree proposal and how, if that's the strategic intent, that things like that would be considered, and I know that's to come back to us, but I wanted to get an example from you about the things that we are doing in that space, partnering with the urban forestry planting and partnering with community. Can you give me an example, Tim?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so we've got a couple of different mechanisms that we support community plantings with. Every year we run a National Tree Day planting, so that's one that council we effectively will deliver ourselves, and then we invite the community along. There's also partnerships where occasionally we might get local environmental groups come through wanting to plant for, say, an Arbor Day plant or something like that council ordinarily wouldn't do ourselves like a National Tree Day, but we will support those plantings, and some of those have occurred in the past in parks, and other times it might be in private lands. There's also a lot of community groups where I can't remember the name of the officer's position title, but effectively these are community groups like Friends of Escarpment Parks, etc., that they will undertake, whether it be weed control or planting in council-based parks. So we support those as part of that urban forestry program as well. Another aspect that we have in a more of a formal street tree planting program is where it's community supported planting. So this is where we will undertake the planting of street trees, but that's at the request of a resident or a group of residents, where we undertake the planting and the more higher intensive maintenance. So that would be like the formative prunings, but the community members take care of effectively the watering and the general looking after of the tree for us. So that's a bit of the range of the different community engagement, urban forestry aspects we have.
Thank you, Tim, for that. Can I have a couple more? I picked up to Councillor Von Hoff's point about the will and may about the bonds, so I'll leave that, but I wanted to talk then further on page 72 of Board Books, where we talk about the bonds for council may accept planting and or maintenance bonds payments from developers where reasonable and justifiable grounds exist to delay planting of street trees associated with subdivision developments to a later date. I guess what I'm concerned about, and I know that this is kind of a different question, but it's about how much teeth we've got. You know, how much... I understand the drought and all of that in terms of delaying these street trees, but what about if they just decide not to plant the trees or not to maintain the trees in a development, and sort of, you know, veering over into where developers may clear trees that have state or then local environmental significance. How much do we go in and sort of enforce it?
Thank you, Councillor. I can hopefully answer part of that. Private vegetation is outside of my scope. That's probably more our Environmental Development Services Department. But in terms of street tree plantings from developers, we'll condition that, so it's actually part of their development decision notice that they'll have to plant street trees, and we'll usually specify whether that be one per X meterage or one per lot, or etc. What we've found in the last probably 3 to 4 years, with a lot of developments, some of the developers are finding difficulty with builders effectively damaging a lot of the trees so the developer subdivides up the land, they build all the roads, they put in all the trees, then the builders come in whilst it's still on that on-maintenance period and are effectively damaging the trees. As it's part of their condition in their decision notice that they have to maintain those trees for a period of time, council's view and what we hold strong is we effectively don't care how those trees get lost. They must be in place and actually growing at point of off maintenance. So we've had a few instances where developers have come to us and said, can we defer that planting for 12 months to effectively get over the bulk of the builders coming in and effectively trashing the trees? We've developed up internally a bit of a process checklist which looks at effectively the risk from builders. So are they large lots in case there's probably low risk of builder damage? Is this an early stage? So Is it something that we can then, as part of that bond request and approval for that bond request, we will condition that they must be in at X time, which we can then link to, say, the on maintenance of a next stage. So if it's the last stage of a development, we would never bond. We wouldn't support a bond request for street trees, purely because the risk of a developer saying, you know, I'm going to walk away and you can have my money, is too great. But if there's other stages that we can then tie that bond request to, it reduces our risk. So we review all of that through that bond request, but ultimately it comes back to the conditions that we put in that decision notice, that we can then say, if they aren't met, we can go straight to compliance and say, under condition blah, 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 they were required to provide this. That hasn't happened, or which then also flows onto the on and off maintenance processes, whereby if, as a requirement, the developer's required to maintain the trees for 12 months, and if we say we're not going to support a bond request, that means the trees must go in and we will hold up on maintenance. So we've got one at the moment, the street trees aren't in, so our recommendation is that on maintenance does not commence until the street trees are in and also been inspected on site by a council officer. And that then follows through to off maintenance, whereby we will hold up an off maintenance until we are satisfied that the street trees that were meant to be planted have been planted and are actually, you know, established and growing.
I don't want to get into the minutiae of it, but I think about that service station there at Highfields, and you think, you know, like, that's just not a good result for the community. So we just need to know that these things have teeth and across the organisation, I guess. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. So, Councillor, I've got two other questions that are listed here. So I'm sorry, I am getting there. Can I just confirm with the mover and the seconder that that's accurate? Just that's what we're looking at. That's what you moved and seconded.
Given the conversation around, you know, timing and whatever, I was happy to try and get it here next week, but that would be at the discretion of officers, because, you know, may not have time to do that. But that being the case, with what the GM has mentioned around timing, as we've delayed this one, then that gives freedom to slot it in as soon as we can.
Okay. So yes, I just wanted to confirm, just because we're just punching that up whilst we're going through that. So that's and seconded comfortable as well. So I've got. Then I'll try and bring this to a head. Then I've got Councillor Carl and Councillor Vonhoff. And then if there aren't anything else pressing, I might try and get to a resolution. So, Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Nick, I'm happy to go with that. Now, are we looking at? It says the future. Are we looking at 2 months? Are we?
I don't think there's all that much work to do, so I would suggest 2 months. It won't be July, because like I said before, the deadline's passed, so it would be August at the earliest.
Well,
and that's depending on, I know Tim might have 6 weeks to leave booked from next week or something, but if he's available, that's what we'd be looking at, yes.
Yeah, look, I guess here's my request. If we're going to go out to the UDIA, because as a result of a phone call, then I would suggest we need to consult with our Environmental Advisory Committee. We need to consult with the other peak bodies like DDEC. We need to consult with Friends of the Escarpment Park, because I would suggest to you that we've got many volunteers that are helping manage council-owned assets around green infrastructure. If we're going to be equitable about consultation, let's get a balanced view around what's important moving forward, and not just entitled unintended consequences. I think we need to unpack what that looks like if we're going to go to a consultation. So therein lies. Yeah.
If we're to undertake more extensive external consultation like that, it won't be August. And I didn't give you there, did I?
Well, then are we prepared to consider it as a policy, because it's inequitable to suggest on the back end of a phone call from a member of the UDIA about their concerns and not hearing other parts of the community's concerns. And it's not just about development. this. In fact, development has a small part of what this policy, and you know, if we have teeth? The question was posed. Well, this is where we were actually standardising the policy to actually give it a dual head of power, and nothing different was really going to happen except clarity for the organisation, so that council didn't get a stick poked at it and said, you're not doing the same thing. So that's all it was. So, I mean, I need some certainty about what we're actually looking at here, because I'm an advocate for equity, and if we're going to go to consultation with one sector, we need to be balanced.
Thanks, Councillor Coles. I think we've heard those.
Is there a question there?
No, so that's,
Can I-
I'm just saying that's sort of the position where we,
Yeah, but
yeah.
on the stuff that's been taken down, and I heard correctly, I want clarity. If I heard correctly, that the UDIA was to be consulted with before we considered this policy. So then I, as another councillor, would request that we do a body of work around consultation with the broader peak bodies that are directly associated with council asset and volunteer.
No, I think there's
No, I'm
a
getting-
Councillor
I'm
Taylor.
getting
to an extent,
clarity.
if we can just there's a question that's been asked. I'll ask so around how we can be consulted with.
Otherwise, if we're going to defer it on that basis, on consultation with the UDIA only, I'm going to ask that we debate it.
Well, I don't think the motion is
Could I-
impending on consultation with the UDIA, because I think
Can I
around
just
multiple
clarify?
multiple things that have been said around the table.
Yeah, Chair, with respect, that's an element of it, but consultation is an element. So what I'm saying is we should give other interests. We've got an environmental advisory committee for this sort of purpose. And there are other Friends of the Escarpment manage council-owned, volunteer and council-owned property with tons of this green infrastructure in it. So these guys would be able to give some good, valuable input. That's all I'm suggesting. Let's do it fairly and equitably if we include
Right.
those.
Can I respond to that, please?
I'll just get. So do we have a? No.
I think Councillor Summerfield might have been going to talk about her statement about.
So there's no. Sure. Okay. I'm happy. So you guys don't have anything to add just after that comment. So I'm saying first. Sure. Okay. So I'll go.
Thank you. Councillor Bill, firstly, I don't believe it was a phone call to one person about the UDIA. We all got an email from them this morning. So it might be helpful to read that. But I do think that if we're going to look at both sides, there'd be two meetings. There'd be one with the UDIA and then one other meeting, not all these individual groups, because that's unbalanced. So if you're going to do, and I agree that you shouldn't just be consulting with one particular group, but I think it should be just two meetings. Otherwise, it just blows out bigger than Ben-Hur. And I think that in doing those two groups, the UDIA being one, and a group from environmental groups as a whole, just one group, would be a balanced response and move on. Thanks.
And that group could be our advisory committee,
Could be.
environmental advisory committee, which is a representative of those. Yep. Is comfortable with that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So sorry, I've had Councillor Von Hoff waiting patiently.
I am patient, Chair, because it's your birthday. Chair, my question a while back was to confirm the date for the proposed deferral, because at that time there was no suggestion that it was going to be beyond next Tuesday, which was the 27th of June, and I was comfortable with that because having heard the General Manager speak about the changes that he'd heard and the consultation that needed to happen, which would be equitably meet with the UDIA, that was asked by the Deputy Mayor in an email this morning, and an environmental group. Neither of those are fatal. Both of those can be achieved by next Tuesday. As the GM was saying, the proposed changes were he didn't even have to refer to a list. He could recite them off the top of his head. So these aren't significant changes that we're proposing, but in light of the wording that's up before us now, if this matter fails, I foreshadow moving the original officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. So we've got a mover of this motion, then we have a foreshadowed motion, which is the officer recommendation. Okay, so I sit with that. Sorry, I had Councillor Carol Taylor. You had a question?
No, I haven't got a question, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to debate the matter.
Okay, all right,
Thank
thanks. All right, so I might finish the question session. Thanks, councillors. So I've heard a willingness to go into debate. We've got a motion, we've got a foreshadowed motion. So I'll go to the mover. Okay.
Might save us debate, sorry for jumping. But I'm quite happy with the component that's been added around consultation with the Environmental Advisory Group.
I think that Councillor Carol Taylor indicated
a
willingness to debate. Yeah, so I'll go to the mover. So we're going to debate, so I'll go to the mover of the motion.
Yeah, just clarification. I'm not sure what times the meetings are for the Environment Advisory Committee. Do you know? You've only just had one, so that might add some complexity around timing, but I wouldn't mind adding that this matter deferred for following consultation with the Heritage Environmental Advisory, sorry, Councillor Megan, Advisory Committee and broader stakeholders where required. Because that's what we've got, just so that it clarifies what that is. Because how often do you have your meetings, Megan, advisory? Once a quarter, so the next one would be not till August. You've had one in, so it could actually find through there. The other option is for that to remain as it is. That covers off a timing. If there's an ability to do a procedural flying minute or get feedback in that time, well, that's useful as well, and no doubt the officers would have all the details of people who are involved in that advisory committee. So it may well be done, sooner than we think, and that's what one would hope, and I think that was probably the intention originally. But I think there's been enough conversation around here to suggest that we owe it to ourselves on behalf of the community and all stakeholders that we get this as accurate as we possibly can. And the changes may seem minor, and they seem minor in my mind, but they may not be as easy as we think when you start to go into the policy and do that. So I think this does give that flexibility. I would hate to think that we, at a time when we've got a number of vacancies across the organisation and also in your area, Tim, and the acting manager, that we're forcing an officer to do something by way of a motion to have it here next week when it would be underdone, and we find ourselves in the same position next week. Therefore, I'm happy with the GM's recommendation to come forward, and that's the motion. Thank Councillor Nancy for seconding it.
Just that second is comfortable with the change to that? All right. So, Speaker, I think, Carol, do you indicate you want to speak against?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. The work has all been done by our teams here. We have an existing policy for our parks and the city, so the a deferral would leave areas of our region not covered by a policy. That was mentioned before, and that's the actual truth. The escarpment and all that areas are already covered by this. The UDIA would be able to provide comment prior to Tuesday's ordinary meeting. In fact, as it's been mentioned, it's been suggested that could happen, and our Environmental Advisory Committee could do the same. I've been involved with many advisory committees, and when you have something like this, a flying minute is fine to cover that, and you could get that could be sent out today. You could have it back by Monday. This is a council tree management policy. It's a council tree management policy. It won't solve all the issues we have with indiscriminately clearing. And, the new planning schemes, the first opportunity we have to have some control over trees in new developments. So I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here, and I think that what we have here with the changes that have, and I suggest that the changes have all been very, very beneficial to the policy. It's what we do all the time with policies. We've got heaps of policies. We have input into them. Changes are made. We don't send them off on a roundabout again. So I think that with those two groups being consulted, with the changes being incorporated into the policy that have been mentioned here this morning, I think we can go forward, and I suggest that we consider it today and move it, and it comes up with any changes that need to be done can be considered at next Tuesday's meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Summerfield as the seconder. Did you wish to speak?
I'm a bit twixt and between whether I speak, but I will. Look, we do have a policy in place. The one that's currently there is the one that will continue to be used until such times as it's superseded. And this policy has been worked on since December 21, I heard earlier. So it's not as though it's an urgent thing. It's something that needs to be considered slowly and surely to make sure that we get it right, because the last thing we want is to get a policy and then find out that there were issues with the wording because we rushed it through, and we come back in 6 months' time and have to change it. And in the meantime, our residents have been impacted because there are the tweaks in the policy we didn't get right. So there's no urgency for it. I think it's important that we do get it right, that we take into consideration all the things that have been raised here today, that we do hear from the UDIA, that we do hear from the advisory committee, the Environmental Advisory Committee. I think it's important, and maybe that's something we need to consider for future policy reviews, that we consider other stakeholders external to the organisation to make sure that we do get understanding from their point of view moving forward. Maybe that's something that can be triggered as a further action for particular policies, not all, but particular policies that impact members of our community. But I would encourage councillors to work towards getting this right without putting a rushed pressure on our staff. This isn't the only thing they deal with. They deal with lots of things between now and next Tuesday. So I'd just like to think that we could take it easy, get it right, and then everybody's happy. Well, mostly. We never get everybody happy, but I really encourage you to consider deferring it, doing it at the right pace and getting it right. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Speaker against, Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Chair. I think the pace has been pretty considered. We started in December 21, and there's been extensive consultation between with the planning department to land where we have, and we've got experts who've come up with this report. I know Tim's professional background and the work that he does. He is a professional in every sense of the word, and I think that he has been able to in very detailed ways answer every question that has been asked today. So the idea that we're rushed here doesn't hold water, in my opinion, whatsoever. We do want to make sure, and it's often argued in here, that we refer to the experts to make up these policies, and that's exactly what we've done. It's also been said in here previously that if we suddenly tried to make changes to tree policies, that it would, another unintended outcome would be that those trees could be cut down, and that's the urgency. We've talked about this for a while this morning, and the timing is an issue because councillors, trees get cut down. And if that happens between now and 3 or 4 or 5 months' time when this policy comes back to us, that will be on the people in this room who vote in favour of the deferral today. And I say that out of collegial concern for those people who defer this today. Rather, I look forward to this being defeated and moving the officer's recommendation. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Councillor McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. there are a few changes that I've raised that I would like to see done. I'm not at all fussed on the timelines, whether it's Tuesday or next month, but I would like to see them taken away and worded properly and brought back to this chamber. I actually disagree immensely with what Councillor Vonhoff just said. I think we have a tree policy that covers council lands. This strengthens it, but it's not going to be a mass tree culling by the time this comes back. And I urge caution in such emotive language tarnishing the whole debate, to be frank. I also would like to say I'm really quite proud of the work Tim, Marty and all the team have done, and can I publicly congratulate you on a great policy and a job well done. I was just after a few minor changes. I look forward to them coming back. Thanks for allowing this motion, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Councillor Munt. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Carl?
I think I might on the back end of that. I think we should respectfully make requests, not request things to be done as a councillor. To respectfully request consideration is the right way to ask. Just because we ask as an individual councillor doesn't mean to say it'll end up in a policy. And you're right, it should come back to this boardroom for consideration. However, on the balance of things, as I stated before and now in debate, yes, we do have a policy. Yes, we do have lots of holes in that policy, and that's why the guys have taken their time to review carefully this policy and give it a dual head of power. I don't understand what we don't get around the table here about clarity and cementing a policy that gives clear direction and puts clear onus on the organisation to be responsible as custodians for trees and green infrastructure on council-owned land, to be specific. I don't understand what great changes there are, and it's been articulated by the officer very adequately, in my view. So my preference, while I've indicated that I'm comfortable to a degree with consultation, the flip side of that is this is council-owned land. We're not talking about private property. Whether the UDIA has a sway of power over the council land and accessing council land for a development over some other organisation's interests around amenity or the environment they want to live in is questionable. So it's council land. We're about putting a stake in the ground and moving from there. I'm open to consultation, but I stress it is council land. It is for us to manage as custodians, and that was the whole purpose of this policy coming forward, to give more clarity to the organisation and to the community, and how it speaks to the planning scheme, which I'm very pleased, and I'm looking forward to some other steps that takes council out of the breach and puts it squarely in the lap of those who want to bring change and good change into the community, but there's accountability with that in order to preserve the tree, which gets it in the neck every time and is at the end of the food chain. So I will speak against the extension, and that I'm comfortable and was comfortable, as I originally said, with the officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Let's speaker 4, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I do speak for the deferral of this motion, or recommendation, sorry. And I do echo the congratulatory words of fellow councillors. This report is a very good report. And Tim and Marty, I've sat with you speaking with residents about trees and our tree policy, and I understand your expertise, and the knowledge that you bring to this area really is exceptional. But the region is covered by a policy, so it's not like we're leaving the region open to something that is not covered. This has been under review since 2021, and the 2-hour discussion today is indicative of how important it is to everyone around this table, which is also reflective of how important it is to our community, because we represent our community. The feedback from community over the past few years is also indicative of how important it is to our community. I mean, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Nancy Summerfield and I attended a tree forum in Crow's Nest 3 weeks ago, I believe, which was very well attended on a freezing Friday night in Crow's Nest. So we see how important this subject is to our community. I respectfully request to hear from our community, because I think that is very important, but it has to be equitable. Hearing from our community. The officers also sense the urgency of the strengthening of this policy by the 2-hour discussion that we've had around this table. And as Councillor Carl says, the policy is about council land. So that actually speaks to the hearing from our community about what they believe they want from a policy such as this from our council. So yes, I do support the deferral of this recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. The only thing I'll correct you on, we're almost 2 hours. 9:47 we started, actually. But we're a chance of getting there. Is there a speaker against? With that, I will close the debate, but go back to the mover to sum up before we go to the vote. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I actually think collectively we all want the same outcome. To be honest, it's just how we get there, and that's why I think responsible decision making needs a robust discussion. We've had that for close to 2 hours, Chair, which is great. But I do think we owe it to ourselves and the community to actually just pause, reconsider some of the things that are in here, which is what the officers have done, and collectively, as I said from the start, we all actually just want the right outcome. So that's where I sit, and happy to leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. So, Councillor, just to be clear, so the motion is before us there, so the matter be deferred for consideration at a future committee meeting following consultation with the Environment Advisory Committee and broader stakeholders where required. So it's been moved by Councillor McDonald, it's been seconded by Councillor Summerfield. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against? So the motion is carried. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Marty. So, councillors, I was thinking we might have a break around 10:30. It's now 11:30. So I think we should break, but I just thought, just for staff and those listening, watching intently online, so if we try and set a process now, so if we break now for, well, or do we want to call an early lunch and resume play at? Yeah, well, that's all I'm going to say. Again, I'm in your hand. What? Because that's what I'm looking at. I'm saying just so we can set, so staff ever knows what's involved. Even if we break now for 10 minutes, and then if we're going to come back and then break at 12:30 or 1, or if we just break early, or there's that option as well. That's what I mean. So I don't know. People have been sitting for quite a period of time, so I'm just testing the room in regards to no. Well, I think probably just a lot of that. Just if people want to get up, move around, stretch. We probably should. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes. So we'll come back at 11:50, and then what if we break for lunch at 12:30? Are people comfortable with that? So everyone knows where we sit. Okay. So I need to. So I've got a motion to adjourn. Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? We'll resume at 11:50. Thanks, councillors. Well, thanks, councillors. We'll resume the Environment Community Committee for the month of June. The next item that we will move to is item number 5. So it's a request for sponsorship Autumn Feast 2024. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. It's just been brought to my attention that, and I didn't see this. It was a document circulated late yesterday afternoon, the Autumn Feast document, and it's just been put onto our desks. And it's just been brought to my attention that in the detail of it, it says that on the collaborative events page, where is it? Here we go. That's how deep it is. Autumn on a plate, 7-course degustation, Murti, Crow's Nest. So I just want to declare a possible conflict of interest. So.
Okay, so declaring the conflict in your,
Because my husband is, my husband is the restaurant manager and sommelier for Murti at Crow's Nest. So whether that, I've got nothing more to gain or lose from this, but just thought I'd bring it to the attention and ask councillors their thoughts around the table.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Melissa. So, councillors, any questions or motions regarding the potential conflict of interest that Councillor Melissa Taylor has raised in regards to this item? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Melissa raises an interesting point because if we are to go down that path, there's the final dot point on there that talks about CBD event activations in cafes, restaurants and laneways. And from my personal perspective, having property in the CBD, one could also argue that there could well be a conflict in that area. So it's a really tricky spot to put ourselves in when an event is at its early stages of understanding what it may or may not look like. And that even that statement there says that examples include. So one really at this stage doesn't know. So I would suggest that perhaps we record the conflict, but I can't see at this stage why Councillor Melissa would have any reason not to be part of the discussion and voting on the matter, to be honest, at this point in time, for that reason that this is really in those early stages of what it would be. And I would hope everyone around this room actually benefits by way of people coming to our region from the event that we've heard. So I move that Councillor Melissa can stay in and participate and vote, and I'd be more than happy then to test the room. So that's the first one you deal with, and then test the room for me in my situation.
Okay, so there's a mover that there is no conflict. Are there any questions around this, or happy to Councillor Carl, question?
Councillor Melissa, sorry. Do you think, I'm asking this in the context of myself as well, a recent thing where I declared a conflict because my partner is involved and I guess it is indirectly potentially would I say a pecuniary interest? Possibly, I don't know. But I'm just drawing reference to my situation where I've had to make a declaration on if you're comfortable that with your partner working at one of these venues and potentially benefiting from this, wherever it goes, that's the question I think you have to be comfortable with yourself. I know I made my own decision with that with regards my partner's involvement managing their socials and that sort of thing. So it was it's a bit of a tricky one, but I guess the test is for you. Whether you feel that you're either close enough or not, that's something for you to consider. I'm just relating to how I dealt with it, but that I'm not being prescriptive as to.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. I don't believe I've got anything to. Okay, I don't believe I've got anything more to gain or lose, and I don't think my husband, or even for that fact Murty, does either, because this is just an example of an event that happens in our region, and it just goes to the tourism or the event tourism that happens in our region. And if this autumn feast goes ahead, then Murty has got nothing more to gain or lose from that happening. So it's just a matter of making the community aware that my husband works in the industry. So I don't think I've got anything more to gain or lose, but I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. And I think also it's not third degree, it's third away from, the word's not coming to me, sorry, because it's actually, it's not Murty applying for this, it's actually an organiser, I suppose, organising events, multiple events, not just one, across a broad section of our community, developing economic outcomes for our region, and exposing the region to more tourist opportunities moving forward. So I just don't see how it's how it really does narrow down to Murty, because it is third, whatever that word is. Thanks.
Well, if there aren't any further questions, I do have a motion was moved by Councillor McDonald that Councillor Melissa Taylor does not have a conflict because she has no more to gain or lose than anyone else, and that she'd be able to stay in the room and vote on the matter. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Von Hoff. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Oh, passed. Councillor McDonald, we deal with now, Councillor. So you raised your potential conflict before as a CBD business owner, correct?
Business owner and landowner, I guess, in the CBD. Again, unknown really what benefit or otherwise there would be, and I'm not in the day-to-day operations of that organisation, so I don't know whether they've even been contacted by the organising group, the Chamber of Commerce of Darling Downs. So I'm unaware of that as well.
Any questions for Councillor McDonald or a motion?
Just
Councillor
a motion. Thank you, Chair. There's just a motion that Councillor McDonald is not conflicted, does not have anything to gain or lose greater than the average person.
So that's moved by Councillor Von Hoff. So Kirsten, you're right with that. So moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Taylor. I'll put that to Carol Taylor. That is. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour. Okay, so that's carried. You're all good with that? We're up to date. So okay, so if there are no other further declarations at this point in regards to this item, right? We'll go to welcome to the podium. So Paul Reynolds and Ross Beegent. So I might hand straight across to our Principal Tourism and Events, Ross Beegent.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we get started with the introduction, if I can raise a small procedural formality. Councillors, you would have received a communication from the General Manager yesterday about the change of Attachment 2, which is an overview of the event. And could I ask that, through the Chair, that be tabled for inclusion? And that particular document was inadvertently attached. It's the 2023 document, not a 2024. And as councillors have suggested, the major change between those two documents relates to some further examples of proposed activities that could be included. If I can give you a summary of the application here, the Toowoomba Chamber have made an application to Council for a naming rights sponsorship of $150,000 to support the establishment of Autumn Feast. That is the only offer to Council from the Chamber that's on the table at the moment. The event is proposed to run over 10 days from the 12th to the 21st of April 2024, with the intention of course, of it becoming an annual event on the Toowoomba calendar each autumn. The Toowoomba Chamber is partnered with Darling Downs, using their joint membership base to provide a program focusing on three major areas: food, art and music experience, with events incorporating those across the Toowoomba region. The Chamber believes that the proposed event has the potential to attract between 500 and 2,500 visitors a day over the 10 days, with an average spend of $200 per person per day. So it could deliver a benefit of between $1 and $5 million attributed to the proposed event. It also has the potential to create the equivalent of up to 56 local annual jobs based on the level of the turnover. Potentially, Autumn Feast fills a gap that we've looked at for a long time that could be filled in autumn with no major events around that time. And the intention of the Chamber is to keep growing this event year on year to reach a point where over time it will rival the economic benefit delivered by the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers.
Thanks, Ross. Councillors, questions in regards to this one? Councillor Carroll Taylor?
Yeah, look, we used to have an autumn event. It was called Garden Fest, and it was really very good in its day. And then I guess it demised because of the because of the drought and all of that. You know, the nurseries and everything else were having a hard time. Ross, you mentioned here that it's the only thing that's been offered to council. Has there been any conversation with the Chamber about what other avenue could be open to council at all?
Yes, there has. The Chamber have been suggested to the Chamber that the council may wish to consider a range of sponsorships at various levels, and they have considered that and come back to us to say that the only offer on the table now is a naming rights sponsorship at $150,000.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Ross, page 128 of board books, it's the breakdown of the expenses and the income that shows the projected loss of $46,000 for the year for 24. And this is proposed to be an annual event, ongoing. I looked through, and forgive me if it's in there and I've missed it twice, but are there projections year on year for how the Chamber proposes turning that deficit into the black in subsequent years?
No, the Chamber has not provided that. They have simply provided this. I believe that their position is that they really don't know until they start the event, and they have expectations. They've given us three cases based on our economic profile on our council's website. One is a local, one is a regional, and one is an event of a statewide significance. To me, their intention is to grow the event. They're not sure how quickly that might grow, and the budget that you see provided is fairly broad, and that's all they were able to provide us with.
Did we, through you, Chair, did we ask for any of those forward projections?
No, we simply asked for a detailed budget, and this is what we received.
Okay, thank you, Ross.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. And of course, creating a first event is rather daunting, and any budget would have speculation in it, and the ability to project future budgets would be very limited until such times as they've experienced this one. So I think it would be very challenging for them to be able to say how they'll turn it around, but I think any initial project, as big as this one is, and let's face it, it looks very exciting, I just think that it's very difficult. You're very, very limited in the information that you can provide in relation to that. But I just wondered, there's nothing in the document I could see that describes the panel, as in not names but positions.
Do you mean the assessment panel?
Well, the panel that assessed this.
we don't normally disclose
Yes.
the names of
It's in the
the
next
people.
report, so we do. Not the names, but the positions. That's what I
Positions.
asked for.
Yes, we had 2 coordinators, we had 2 principals and 1 manager on that particular, and they were chosen because of their experience with events.
Okay, so we don't really know what their background is if you're just saying manager or principal, but there is more detailed information in the following report about the people that were on the panel. In relation to the significant reliance on council funding, as I said earlier, it's seed funding for a new event in our region, and there is always opportunity to send a message to the organisers that whilst it will be a new council that would consider the next sponsorship if this event is successful, there is opportunity for reduction as the years progress. And that's actually a policy that council has had in place for some time, and yet I really feel that a number of events around the region we don't adhere that policy to, as in we don't reduce the amount of money they get each year when they've been a consistent event. And, you know, we give money out all the time to annual events without reviewing that. So I think given this is a seed event, to me it would bring much to our region. I think there is opportunity for us to look at this in some form or another here today. And if you look further in the report, there's recommendations for $10,000 for a weekend under 14 girls sporting event. So $10,000 recommended, and yet there's not a great deal of consideration here. I actually think that we could look at offering them something, and the figure I'm thinking is, say, $100,000, and asking them to trim their cloth a bit. I'm not sure that they need magazines, but there could be something in there that they could trim their cloth, and I think this has great potential for our region. We don't need just the Carnival of Flowers. I think this would be great to have this extra event in our region, bringing more people here, continuing to grow our economy instead of growing our economy through building houses because more people keep coming here, knocking down trees, growing concrete jungles. Let's have visitors come to the town and spend their money and go again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Any other further questions in regards to this one? Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Ansell, Councillor Wayne.
Right. Thanks, Chair. Just in regard to the overall proposal, I think we've, the 4 reasons, 4 seasons is a topic that gets thrown around a lot for council, and it has done for many, many years, and this certainly would fill that void. I guess out of COVID, we've seen a number of events that have come through in that period of time. Meatstock is one that we have reduced their input. That's not far from that period. We've also had Red Hot Summer, which we haven't provided any funding for at all. But then you throw in the shows, and the Toowoomba show noting next year is in fact the 18th to the 20th. And looking at the proposal, the collaborative approach, I thought there may have been something in there in regard to the Toowoomba show, and maybe that's an opportunity to do that. So we're just on the back of Hampton, Easter with the Busking Festival, the David Hack Day. There has been a number of events that have come back on during that period of time. I just wondered, and it's a question, there's collaborative events there, but something like all those I've mentioned, was there a question asked on how they could work collaboratively with those groups, and perhaps it's all branded as that Autumn Fest, so there's less onus on the organisers, but it's more of just which it seems like it is, a fair bit of it is coordination and bringing things together. Was there a question raised in regard to some of those things?
No, it was very conceptual at this stage, that they were looking at concepts, and when they heard whether or not they had sponsorship funding from council, they would dig deeper and look further. But certainly the likes of the Show Society has not been discussed, and they did stress that the proposals they put through were conceptual in nature. Yeah. There have been some discussions, of course, but there's nothing locked in at this stage.
Yeah, and I guess this is their first point in time to say, okay, what is their level of support?
That's
And I
correct.
think no one around the room would deny this is a great idea. It's just the quantum of support, and perhaps that's and the recommendation says that to come back with some other options or what have you. And it might be, I think Councillor Summerfield said, trim the cloth, and it may be this might actually spark a further conversation across the community to get behind this, and similar to Carnival of Flowers 74 years ago, dare I say it, how the community got behind it. So that may be the result of this community council now to do that. So look, I put my flag up early that I'm supportive of the concept and the idea. It's just the quantum and how we support it. And so maybe the recommendation probably gives us that opportunity to talk further with them and see how that can work.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I've got Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just a couple of things, Ross. In terms of how it's going to be delivered, do we know anything about that, or as you say, is it all just conceptual at the moment? Like, is there a team that's going to deliver it, or?
It's basically, no, they haven't outlined that, but they are working with Kim Donaldson from the same company that's name eludes me that have been looking after corporate conferences. She's done a lot of the work behind this. And that particular company do a lot of work for Chamber now. So I would assume that they would engage people on that team. They have talked about employing event specialists, and a lot of the concepts are simply about their members agreeing to run events and perhaps adding something a little special, like a special treat, or some live entertainment, etc. So the concept that they've put forward of using their membership base who are already involved in this industry is a pretty sound one.
Yeah, it's great, terrific. My other question that I was going to ask you was, have you had discussion with the Chamber that if the 150 isn't forthcoming, that the event won't go ahead?
No, we haven't. We've simply asked them to provide us with a range of options, and they said no. At this stage, that's the only offer on the table. So.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. I've got Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thank you. Look, good idea. I do have two significant issues that I would like to work through. The first one is us being the naming sponsor and calling it the Toowoomba Regional Council Autumn Fest. Doesn't sit right with me, and I would not be able to support that. The second one is the money, $150,000 a week after we've just delivered our biggest rate rise in recent memory, and telling everyone how strapped we are, and then we give out $150,000 the next week. But to try and make it work, I've devised a rather interesting plan. Ross, we have, as you know very well, a grants program every year with a whole bunch of different categories that gives money to every community grant, from new soccer posts to, this environmental group, Chip and Reeds or whatever. I seem to remember from this year is the first year, certainly since I've been sitting around the table, that grant period is undersubscribed around $250,000, give or take, for this year and this year only, and that there may be extra unspent grant money that would cover this. I would actually like to dig a little bit, if you could indulge me. Is that true? How would we go about using that, and what happens if we don't use that a week out from the end of financial year? Thanks, Ross.
Yes, my understanding is that there's potentially up to $200,000 available in the grant funding currently.
Right.
Unspent.
And can be spent by the end of financial year?
I would think that that's unlikely to spend it this financial year. The number's pretty close to $200,000, subject to a further decision of council in relation to the next couple of reports. So it's around the $200,000 unspent.
Right, so however much it is, it's enough to fund this and all the other things we've got on here today out of that bucket?
The 200,000 that's there is allocated across the program of 7 grant programs, so there's not $200,000 available for an event stimulus type grant. It's across the 7 programs.
Sure.
Once again, I think it'd be unlikely that we'd be able to expend these funds prior to the end of the financial year, given the forecast event is in April next year.
Yeah, sure. I just think we every year have this bucket of money, which our job is to provide community support in whatever way, through whichever grant program. We have it there. If we don't spend it, it goes into consolidated revenue and into council's books. So we do have the money, and it's important that if we were to look at that, the community's aware. It's not pulling it from pothole repair or anything. It was. No. I'm clarifying my question, Councillor Bill. I'll be quick. That we do have a pocket of money there for that. So, you've said we can use it, but it probably wouldn't be likely to be that quick. Is that pretty much where you're going?
Yeah, well, given if a decision comes from council today, it's got to be ratified next week, which I think is the 27th or 28th. I think council closes its books off at lunchtime on the 30th, so we'd have to negotiate a funding agreement and all the terms and conditions in a day and a half.
So thanks. Last question, and I'll be quick, Chair, and I'll let people else have a go. We've got one other one after this and 3 sporting ones. Should we hypothetically sign off on them, do they come out of this year's grant budget too? Yes.
The sporting ones?
Yeah, or the sponsorship later today.
So not the sponsorship, because obviously sponsorship and grants are. Sorry, Ross.
And there is funding available for those. Yes.
Thank you.
In the sports tourism event grant, and that of course is open all year round. But the chances of getting any more between now and the end of the year are almost zero.
Okay.
We're there. Yep.
Thanks for that. I'll leave it till some other people have their questions. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Council Tim. Because I think that's obviously it's an important partner as well. So grants and sponsorships, obviously, we don't actually have a bucket for sponsorship in any capacity. It's sort of through grants, and then sponsorships obviously is derived, and we've often had that conversation of should it fall into that bucket. So, so I've got Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I think this is a great concept. I'm very concerned about the lack of governance, seemingly, about the lack of governance and clarity around it. I think it's also a pity that there isn't a will to work together, not just with council, but places like High Country, because that's held in the autumn as well. High Country Festival at Hampton, the shows, and I think there's 2 in our region in that area. David Hack, as you say, and the showing off of our beautiful autumn leaves in our parks, and also in the Boyce Garden and the Davison Arboretum. To me, it sounds like there it is, $150,000, naming rights only, take it or leave it. And I think that that's a great pity. I really do. And we don't know who's taking this forward. We don't even know, I'm sure it will, as Councillor Nancy says, take some, like everything, it'll take some years. If it's well run, I think it will. If it encompasses all those things that are in our region, I believe it will be successful. But I think it should be thinking about encompassing our parks, which are gorgeous. Queen's Park is gorgeous at that time of the year, and I think that the whole thing should be part of it. The food, the gardens, culture, art, and all of that. And that's my thought about it. I'm in 2 minds about it. I don't know if we sign off on this, are we going to have nothing whatsoever to do or say about it? Because, I know it's not our event, but at the same time, if our community is putting a fair bit of money into it, we should have some sort of an oversight about it. And I just might say that pockets of money, wherever they're put, if they're not used, they come back to council's budget for something that's deserving. So it's not like anyone owns pockets of money.
Chair, can I call
So,
a point of
thank
order?
you.
Can I call a point of order, please,
yeah.
Chair? we're supposed to be in question
Yeah, no,
time.
I take that on board, councillor Carl, and I
So
take,
my
I take
question was,
responsibility for that.
well,
Allowed-
it's funny, isn't it? It's just me because other people go
No,
on
no,
about
no,
it.
no, I
What
feel,
are we, what, well,
well,
yes,
you
I
have
can
a
find,
you
there's
have a
questions
question.
in that, there is. What,
Order, Mr.
excuse me?
Councillor Taylor, speak further away from her microphone because it sounds like she's yelling and I'm sure she doesn't want
No,
to
I'm
say
not yelling. I'm sorry, I'm just probably not used to them. I'm not yelling. My questions are, what, there's no governance around this at the moment. So any money that council puts into something has to, certainly we have to have some sort of surety and governance that, that it's going to be, you know, properly acquitted, properly used, and for the reasons that we have it there. And I too am not comfortable about having a naming rights sponsor. That's why I asked the question I asked before, and I'm wondering if we can go back to them and say that, well, I certainly would like to know what other alternatives are there for us to have.
Okay, so
And
Mike,
obviously they've been asked.
Yeah.
So it's almost, that's where my comment
Sure.
came from, take it or leave
Okay.
it, because I don't think it's
So-
a really good way. So those two things. And then the other one, my support for this would be reliant on them encompassing the whole of our region, not just that, like, you know, the gardens.
Questions,
Yeah,
please.
so
those
I'll
things.
take that. So
So
councillor
that
Carroll.
would be
so
something that we could put to them, I guess.
okay,
that-
I'll go to
that-
the officer councillor.
And
So
that
the
would be very
information,
silly, yeah.
the information that we have before us is what we have in regards to the particular event. But if we can, Paul or Ross just answer that, we've got some questions around governance and how that's.
The information we've got, I guess, to assess the application, or the panel that assess the application, is what you have before you, and in terms of the attachments as well. You'll note on the consultation section of the council report, our CEO wrote to the Chamber in January of this year, specifically requesting some options around ranges of sponsorship, and the panel also wrote to the Chamber in late March requesting the same thing, given there was no response from our CEO's original request. We did receive a response to the second request, but it, as Ross mentioned before, reiterated that the only option on the table is $150,000 for the purpose of naming rights sponsorship. That's it.
Thanks.
If I could just clarify, it hasn't been presented to us as a take it or leave it situation. It is a situation of that's the offer on the table at the moment. So there may well be an expectation that we go back to them and say, well, this is the decision of council. We want to look at other options. I think they would be prepared for that and willing to consider it.
Thanks, Ross. Thanks, councillor Taylor. Councillor Carl.
Oh, Chair, I think you've answered my question. I just wanted clarity around the difference in the funding streams, and I assume that the reason why we have policies for the different funding streams is for the very reason to dissect, and it's under those frameworks of the policy. So it's not good practice to swap funding between those funding streams under the policy frameworks that we have. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Through the chair, councillor Carl, yes, we have allocations to each of the funding programs, and I guess they're based on historical spend and historical way of doing things. It's not to say council can't change those, but they are set at budget time. So, it's something we could have a conversation about. And some of you have certainly had those conversations with me one-on-one about some of those allocations. We have in the past, when we've gotten to the end of the year like this and there has been under expenditure, and we've had approaches from other events, and I can recall probably First Coat Festival, and I think also maybe the NRL game came to us for sponsorships. It was a little bit earlier than this. It wasn't the middle of June. It was a little bit earlier, and we recognised that as an underspend and a funding source. And through council decision, the funding was reallocated as it would be at a budget review. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, look, thanks. I guess there's a perspective of probably not best practice or governance. However, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a, I think it was 2 years ago, No, it's gone. It was about, no, come back to me.
I'd just say one other thing. With the allocation of the funding to the various, I knew I'd help you remember when I started talking.
I remembered it. Look, that's fine if it, you know, if it's an underspent amount, it does go back into consolidation, but it's not as though it's not reused or repurposed or put to good. Money's money, and it's utilised across the organisation. That's fair, isn't it? Like,
Absolutely, that's correct to say. If it can be reallocated, or perhaps it adds to the bottom line of council's budget at the end of the financial year. The point I was going to make about the allocation of funding to individual programs, I think that's at council's discretion to determine how that funding should be distributed across different programs, and we probably haven't had a really close look at it for a period of time. It is what it is because of all sorts of history and experience. If council's of a mind to try and facilitate something else by providing additional funding, we could look at those things. I think it'd need to be supported by some analysis from the team. I'm not sure that we've really had to knock back too many funding applications in recent times because of lack of funding. I say there's a general statement. I know there has been some where we say, oversubscription for a particular program, but generally speaking, there's sufficient funding in each of the programs for all the applications that we receive. But that is a lever for council to have a look at where you're trying to stimulate different activities and reallocate those funds. I've gotten completely off track from this agenda item, so please don't pursue that rabbit, Warren. But it's something that we could look at down the track.
That answers your question, Councillor Carl. Good. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Look, following those discussions that have just been had in relation to that 200,000 sitting there, and the fact that with the additional motions before us further down on the agenda, there would still be at least $150,000 there left over. And I do believe a deal could be done before the 30th of June. It would just be a matter of talking to the Chamber about getting a contract in place and all that sort of thing so that it could be spent beforehand. I really would like to revert back to my original thoughts of $150,000, and I'd be happy to move to that effect in due course and when the discussions have been finished. But I would make it that advise that council accepts its offer to provide sponsorship, not naming rights sponsorship.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Summerfield. So I'll hold that. So there is a intent to move that motion.
Thank you.
You've got that, but I'll just to tie up that, to answer that question. So I know you touched on it before, Paul, around the possibility of doing exactly as we spoke there, the likelihood, the doability of that being done by, or Nick or whoever's best to answer it, by that prescribed date. Because that's a key part to it if we're looking at expending this if that's the funds that we want to use.
I think it would be a challenge to get to a point of clearly articulating with the Chamber what council gets in return for its sponsorship investment, which is the basis of the sponsorship policy. There needs to be some sort of a return to council. That's not well articulated to me in the documentation that's been provided. It's very much about a naming rights sponsorship for a given value. I guess it's up to council whether they see there's $150,000 worth of value in that or not. In terms of covering off all of the governance and contractual things, I think that would be a challenge from a time perspective between now and the ordinary meeting next week, given that we've got basically a day and a half from the ordinary meeting to actually execute the contract and make the payment.
So it could be carried over?
No, ordinarily operational items of an operational nature are not carried forward.
But we could add that to the resolution that it be carried over?
I think we need to seek advice from General Manager Finance and Business Strategy around accounting standards. My understanding is that operational funds aren't carried over. There's no provision. I don't think the accounting standards allow for that. It's different to capital budgets. I don't know what mechanisms would be available to do that. Now, I know Anne-Marie's watching online, so we might get that advice and can make comment later on.
So, being not an accountant, it must go somewhere.
I'm not an accountant either.
Anyway, I'm sure she can provide some feedback, particularly if she is listening, Anne-Marie.
We've just got a bit of a line up here. So, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure, sorry if I missed a foreshadowed recommendation from Councillor Summerfield, but in the absence of that, I would propose a foreshadowing a recommendation that I think that there's been unanimous concern, I guess, or a level of discomfort with naming rights, so that number one stays exactly as is. But
Councillor
that number,
If I have this in an email to you, could we work together on that? Is that possible?
I'll have a look in a tick, and that number two is that council invite the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce to provide a range of sponsorship options for the amount of $100,000 for Autumn Feast 2024 for council's consideration, and I'll have a look at this email too from you, Councillor McMahon.
Okay, so what I'll intend to do, so Councillor Summerfield signal an intent first around moving a motion. So I'm going to, as I said, once we get to this point, I think there's a few other questions, but once we get to the conclusion, so I'll have that motion put forward. If it gets a seconder, go from there, and then understanding that there then will also be a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Von Hoff. So just, do you have anything further, sorry, whilst you got the mic? No. Okay, so Councillor Shine, is there I'm up to?
Yeah, just a question. Just looking at the budget, the income, sponsorships, etc., and reading the material that's been provided to us, is it the case that the major beneficiaries of the festival, if it goes ahead, would be the food industry, food outlets? Would that? Yeah, and is it the is it the case that the food partners are putting in $5,000?
Yeah, and accommodation as well.
And
yes,
nothing
that's
from
right,
accommodation, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. Look, did some writing while it was the microphone was elsewhere. I did circulate a motion. Now, I understand technically you've already got two alternate motions on the books, but mine is much the same wording as Councillor Summerfield. So I wonder if she might like to work with the motion that I had originally foreshadowed, and that's your prerogative, I suppose, Councillor Summerfield. But I did have a foreshadowed motion that the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce be advised, Council accept its offer to Council to provide sponsorship for $150,000 relating to Autumn Fest 24, that the funding number 2 be sourced from Council's unspent community grants program 2023. Number 3, that Toowoomba Regional Council declines the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce request to be naming rights sponsor for Autumn Fest 24. And 4, subject to sponsorship requirements, Toowoomba Council requests the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce provide detailed explanations of budget, governance and expenditure for Autumn Fest 24 prior to sponsorship. So that's where I'm at.
I think we've got to a point here where we've got more. I think everyone's foreshadowed a motion except myself at the moment. So I might, as I said, I'll go back to where I was originally. Can you foreshadow or foreshadowed motions, Mr. CEO? Okay, so all right, so I'll go. Excuse me, yes, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying, I'll state a play again, if I may. So, when we are finished questions, Councillor Summerfield has the first right of putting forward the motion that she intended. Councillor Von Hoff has foreshadowed, should that be defeated, that she has a motion. Councillor McMahon has then foreshadowed the foreshadowed motion. Should it go under, we'll go to that level.
I think we can all join together.
Also, I just might say, Anne-Marie has walked in. Are you aware of the conversations of where we are at? There was a question. Are you able to provide any detail? The question was around the ability to carry. Nick,
The question was from Councillor Summerfield, and it was around, I think, yes, wasn't it, Councillor Summerfield, around the ability to carry over unspent operational funds, and I advised that there was no ability to carry over unspent operational funds. It's different to our capital budget. And then the next question was, what happens if we're under budget? What happens to the funding when we're under budget? And I imagine those funds are retained in the financing reserve, aren't they? But you might like to clarify.
Correct.
So can
got
we
it.
move a motion that they be transferred over, carried over?
That would have to happen at budget review 1. So we've adopted a budget with operational expenditure. So this expenditure is not included. So we would have to include it
So where does that money go that hasn't been spent?
into our reserves.
So why can't we carry it over?
We don't carry over operational expenditure.
Yeah, okay.
So what it means is a reduction in the budget operating surplus. So the operating surplus for next year, if you have additional expense, so we have unspent funds this current financial year, that shows an increased surplus higher than what was budgeted. And obviously there's 30 odd branches looking at this. So then next year we would be reducing the proposed surplus.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. So I'm just wondering, do we need to also, just going back to your foreshadowed, in actual fact, Councillor Tim, his is really an amendment to my motion, and I can actually move that in amended form. So that would save that.
As initial move, yeah.
Yeah.
If you choose.
So that's what I would do. But then I'm also wondering whether we need to include, which will be included for consideration in BR1. Yeah, Nick's nodding his head. Do we need to include that as well?
Yeah, we'll need to include the funding considerations because there's currently no budget for this.
Yeah.
So we would need to address that. Or the other suggestion that Paul's made is we've talked a little bit about the under expenditure in the grants budget. That might be a funding source. We could, before we even start the grants program next year, it might be reduced by a commensurate amount for the sponsorships, a potential funding source. But we could also address that through a broader recommendation about addressing it at budget review 1, and we could do that work in the background. So you could get very specific about identifying a funding source and saying we're approving it and this is how we will fund it. If you were to make a general statement to be considered at budget review 1, I probably would interpret that not as a final tick and endorsement that we're providing the grant. It's still subject to finding the available budget.
So we don't want to do that because that puts them on hold.
Yeah, that's my interpretation.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie was nodding at me. I think she agrees, yes.
Okay, Councillor Melissa's got an idea.
Anne-Marie, did you have something to add to that?
I was just saying, I agree with what GM Nick said. So it doesn't, you approve it subject to
No.
leaving it with the officers to manage it and
Yeah.
bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just approve it.
So that's where we sit with this. Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. Was yours on this? Sorry, Councillor Melissa, around this motion. So I'll try and tidy this up as the initial motion before we. Yep.
So I'm just wondering then, as a question to probably you, Anne-Marie, if we, and I don't know the wording, so this is just putting it out there, could we put a motion or a recommendation today that we recommend the 100 or 150, whatever the amount is, so that it's in this year, so the organisers have surety that we don't have to wait until BR1 because that leaves them in limbo. Can we say that we will fund it in this financial year out of the unspent funds, subject to an agreement, or what's the contract being signed in the next financial year?
Yes, you may. Sorry. Yes, that is possible. So that would mean, I'm assuming receiving an invoice from the entity committing. It would be better though to have your negotiations and make a decision to approve the funding. So in 2 stages. So I'm sorry, when I heard the discussion, I came running over from the office, so sorry I missed some of it. So your decisions to approve the funding, and that's a decision, and then leave it to the officers to bring you back the funding source, how we're going to do that. So in 2 separate stages. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because I'm assuming that this isn't a new concept. We would have a skeleton or a pro forma framework of a contract that we could use for, before 30 June and have an invoice. I'm sure Chamber of Commerce or whoever's organising this would have an invoice done within half an hour of this vote happening.
Okay, so we've got some information around that. I've just got a couple of questions around the table. So I will, again, think on that and I'll come back with the intent for the original motion. So, Councillor Carol Taylor, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is why this has come so late to us when it's been all over social media for probably 3 months. Almost everything we've got here except at least 3, maybe 4 months. And I think it's just a pity that it has taken so long to come. If we'd had it a few months ago, we could have worked through it much more easily. Thank you.
Council had it.
Suppose you can answer that, because if we haven't received it, we haven't received it.
We had.
Councillor, I have included a timeline in the council paper. That includes two branches and the CEO basically dealing with the matter. And yeah, it has taken some time, but it's been moving through that process.
It's a good point, Councillor, and to Ross's point, the timeline outlined in the report that's before you talks about the initial request being received in December, and you've heard about a little bit about the toing and froing and requests for additional information. So it wasn't until mid to late April, the 18th of April, that we got the final submission from the chamber. So we've had that bit of time, but you know how the committee cycles work and the time it takes to prepare reports. So it wasn't until the end of April really that we had that. So, and you're right, it's been floating around in the media since before then. Yes.
Thanks for the clarification, Nick. We've got Councillor Carl.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion that we go with the officer's recommendation if the foreshadowed, amended, whatever, falls over.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carl. So there's an additional layer to it. So we've got all sorts of things on the table here at the moment. Can I close the questions? Are there no further questions? Great, okay.
Good auctioneering.
I'll go, so Councillor Summerfield, so this is our first motion to be put forward is?
So I thought Tim did too, I saw afterwards, but I did just forward that one of Tim's through to Kirsten. And that will be, we will have amended it, and I'm happy to move the amended motion.
Hang on, there's a few money issues. I left a zero.
Yeah, there's a bit of, needs a bit of work on the wording, typing. Done it quickly.
Okay, so we'll go through them. So you're comfortable with one. So one is
yeah,
what
it's
we want with
150,000 though, not
zero.
15,000.
Okay, now two, we talked through this. So
Funding for source.
where do we
It's
sit
ordered
on
feast, is it? It's ordered feast, this thing, instead of feast?
Feast.
feast?
Feast.
I've called it fest. My apologies.
Feast.
Okay, so item 2, the funding we sourced from council's unspent community grants. Now, we can't,
from Nick
no,
on that
I
one.
might, Anne-Marie's indicating a willingness
Anne-Marie, sorry.
So this will go to council next week for a decision on Tuesday the 27th, which gives you 3 days to enter contract and spend. It's just not possible. So that point 2 is not achievable.
So I go back to Nick, who said that the officers would utilise the next year's grant funding. Isn't that right?
That's one option for council's consideration. It would probably be the first place that we would land at if we were told to find the funding from within your existing program, the first place we would probably come to you with is and recommend would be to reduce the grants program by the commensurate amount, and that would be distributed differently across each of the grants programs and subject to further consideration. So that would be my recommendation.
And can we also, as an aside, have a sponsorship bucket into the future? Because I'm sure we've talked about having that before. Not that we have buckets, just saying.
We have talked about it, but finding the funding for that has been the challenge. But you know, perhaps there's value in providing less community grants and more sponsorships. Some analysis of where we've been with community grants and how much they've been expended in the past might aid in that decision-making process. Take it on board.
So how will we word this? That the funding be sourced through Council's community grants program?
It'd be 20, if we're going to do that, it would be 24.
Remove unspent. Yes, 24. 23, 24. Yes, because it hasn't been catered for in the budget.
Because I don't want it to come off roads and footpaths.
Right, so we're just sort of sourcing through this. So basically, what we're agreeing to here, and this is where there could be some conjecture, is just that the funding be sourced from Council's Community Grants Program 23-24. So effectively, what we're saying is we're going to hive off 100, and we're going to start. We're going to give 150,000 less across those grants programs in the next 2 rounds across 23-24. That's what we're as mover of the motion. That's accurate. So that's where we're sitting with that. So we've been said it's been articulated that we can do. It's been articulated through finance that that's how we can do it. It's been articulated through ECS that we can do it. Unless you have any differing view, Mr. Pigeon, no. So you shake your head. So we're all on board. Well, that is, it's doable. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And councillors, what I might get to before there might be a case where we have to go through and we have to vote on these one by one. I'm not sure. I'll wait and see where we land with that. So that's so Councillor Summerfield. So 3.
Yep.
So I'm asking the mover of the motion. Once we settled with the motion, then we can.
Yep. Thank you.
So 3. Yeah. So 3 is that. 3 is that. Hang on, Councillor. I'm just asking the mover where we sit with this. So the council declines the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce's request to be a naming rights sponsor. That's what we want as 3, correct? And now 4. Well, Councillor Taylor has said, please, I'm going to work through each of these until the mover, and then I will come back after that. And if we need, as I said, there may be a need to go into debate, there may be a need to go into questions, there may be a need to vote on each of them individually. But giving respect to the mover of the motion, I'd ask you to give me the same respect as the chair, trying to sort through this the best that we can. Sorry, so Councillor Summerfield, so 4 as the mover, is this what you're intending? Is that what you want as the fourth motion of a fourth item of this motion?
So this is an additional thing, and I just need to understand through you, Chair, to GM Nick, is that, or even Paul possibly, I'm not sure, but does that cover off on all of our needs, or does it not need to be in there because it'll be in the agreement anyway?
It will form part of the agreement. I think that by including it, it clarifies council's position that there's an agreement and we want to be satisfied around these things.
Yeah. So you're happy that we've covered enough of it off, like the budget, the governance and the expenditure?
Yeah, and I'm just, it does, yes. And it might be, rather than subject to sponsorship requirements, might be subject to the council's sponsorship policy requirements. Council sponsorship policy requirements.
Sponsorship policy.
Yep, you might even need requirements. Might be subject to council sponsorship policy. Brian's just saying including appropriate KPIs, so that might come in somewhere as well. Subject to council sponsorship policy, council requests the chamber to provide detailed explanations of budget, governance and expenditure for Autumn Feast 2024. And to include appropriate KPIs, key performance indicators.
Do we have KPIs in our sponsorship policy? Because that's we do. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, if we've covered off on all the governance side of it, I'm comfortable. But Tim's got his hand up here.
So that's your, as the mover of the motion, that's what you're prepared to move.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'll ask if there's questions around this motion. Yeah, I've got you, Kim. I've got Councillor McMahon, then I've got Councillor Carroll. So Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Look, in the beauty of how this room functions as the author of that, moved by someone else, totally happy for that process, but the change to number 2 kind of puts me off a little bit, because the only reason I was supportive of finding the money is because it was unspent in the money we have this year set aside for grants. Now, after significant back and forth and expert, recommendations, it appears that we can't get that money from this year's grant funding. If it had come to us a month ago, we might have been possible, but we just can't at this point in time. So we're actually pulling 150 grand from the next year's money for soccer goalposts and chip and weeds and all the other grant programs that come before us. So no, and I appreciate it wasn't spent this year. To my knowledge, every other year bar this year, there has been every dollar accounted for, and so I would consider this year just gone an abnormality in the grand context. So look, perhaps as a comment, as this
So
sits,
is there a request?
I'm not going to second it. Oh.
Okay, so you don't have a question? Okay, Councillor Carroll Taylor, do you have a question?
I do have a question and a comment on Councillor 3. I actually think our sponsorship requirements are that we be recognised. So I think if you add it to 3 and that council explore other opportunities for their support to be recognised. And I think that can go, and we don't want naming rights. I don't agree we should be naming, but we can find other ways for us to be recognised and our support to be recognised through this, as our policy asks. Thank you.
Okay, so so around that, Paul?
Sorry, I didn't realise that was a question. Yes, there is provision in the sponsorship policy that talks about negotiating commercial outcomes, which can include things like brand exposure, side stalls, public announcements, speech acknowledgement, those sorts of things, without actually being the naming rights holder. Yes. So there is provision, and I think that would be appropriately covered under the subsection 4 of the motion, specifically in relation to compliance with the policy.
So I'm happy if you think it's covered there, because
Thanks, Councillor Melissa?
I'm just saying, if Councillor Tim isn't going to second it, I will second that motion.
Okay, so I have a mover and a second. If there's no further questions, I do have a motion. I have a mover and a seconder. Question, Councillor McDonald.
Question. There's another motion after this one, I think, from Councillor Rebecca that was foreshadowed. That's the next one after this, I believe, isn't it? Which was
Yes.
for, and the difference was $100,000, I think, from memory. And I'm just wondering particularly, and I know we've been requested 150,000. I just wondered whether the officers had done an assessment on that amount of money that's been asked for, given that we got an updated budget which saw the organisation losing close to $50,000. Whether there'd been, a conversation about that quantum of $150,000.
Thanks for the question. Yes, the panel certainly had a conversation in that regard. The panel was of the view the 150 was more than what we thought it probably would be for the level of support or recognition as tied up with this kind of request. I guess to provide some context in terms of historical levels of financial support, and some of these things will be familiar to you, but meat stock in the order of 50,000 was council's level of contribution in the first year, and that was reduced to 15 in the second year. Easterfest, major event, obviously doesn't occur anymore, $65,000 contribution from council, and the NRL game that was hosted here some time ago, the level of contribution and support was 50,000. So in the view of the panel, 150 is a lot higher than the levels of historical support that have been provided for events that attract major crowds and also overnight stay, etc. Albeit some of those events were for a shorter time period.
Comfortable with that?
So just wanted to get some
Sure.
clarity around that.
But yeah, and answer your initial question, yes, so this is the motion that's on the books at the moment with a mover and a seconder. There's a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Von Hoff, which was, it's alteration of that, and then Councillor Carl preceding that, following that, potentially has foreshadowed the officer's recommendation. Did you want to, sorry, what was the foreshadowed one? Sorry, just so everyone's in the, apologies if break status here, but if you wouldn't mind saying what the foreshadowed motion is, and then we see where we end up.
Thank you, Chair. I keep thinking, this is your birthday. What a way to spend it. Kirsten, would you mind just scrolling back to the officer's original? Thank you. So it is exactly as is, 1 and 2, except for the insertion of the words sponsorship options for $100,000 for Autumn Feast 2024 and so on, for Council's consideration.
Okay. So that's the...
No, we're not declining it. We're declining the request of $150,000 naming rights sponsorship, but we're offering $100,000 of sponsorship pending what Chamber of Commerce comes back to us with.
Okay, so that's the foreshadowed motion, and then the foreshadowed motion is the officer's recommendation. All right, so I've got a mover and I've got a seconder for the motion that's before you, councillors, which is motion 1. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Bingo. With the and also, so I did say we were going to break for lunch at 12:30, but I think we probably should, unless anyone, I think we should probably. Yeah, I'm putting the option out there. If anyone said they wanted to break, we could break. Okay, so I'll go to with the mover of the motion, like to speak to the motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a journey, hasn't it? Look, I do believe this is a great opportunity for our region to have this additional festival, if you would like to call it that, being held here. It's not being focused just on Toowoomba, it's across the region, which is wonderful. It provides great opportunity for many visitors to come here. It provides great opportunity for our residents to enjoy these great opportunities that are on offer for this, and I think there's opportunity for us to assist in delivering that in this initial festival for them, Autumn Feast. If it gets underway and it's a real success, we'll be heroes. If it doesn't and it doesn't continue on, well, it will have been an experiment well worth doing, because I believe it's very important that we continue to grow our economy through events like these. And as I said earlier, it worries me across Australia that the economy is being built on construction, and that can't last. We keep growing our population and building more houses, knocking down trees, etc., when we should be focusing on events like this to boost our economy. And I give full credit to those involved, the Chamber of Commerce and Darling Downs, for putting a lot of effort into creating this event that we've got details of here before us. And I think it's an exciting time. And yes, it is more money than has been previously, but it's seed funding, and we all know how difficult. Well, I think most of us know how difficult it is to get a new event off the ground, particularly one as large as this one is. But I love the fact that they've embraced the region, not just Toowoomba, and therefore I think there is great opportunity here, and we've identified how we're going to fund it. We've covered off on the governance of it, and I just think this is a wonderful opportunity, and I encourage my councillor colleagues to support this, to ensure that we get this great event off the ground, and may it be a huge success for everyone involved, our residents, the people organising it, the vendors, everybody involved, and it has such a flow-on effect. Someone just said before, isn't it just the cafes and the accommodation? It's nothing like that. It has a broad spend across our region, and I think there's wonderful opportunities to be had here. Please, councillors, support this, and let's help them get this show on the road.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Shine, Speaker against.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As a former member of the Chamber of Commerce, I'm reluctant to negative in relation to its proposal here today. Fully supportive of the work, much of the work that the chamber does. However, I do support the officer's recommendation here by and large, although I would be open to an amount being made available similar to the amounts that were just mentioned in relation to the rugby league and the other events that were sponsored by the council in recent times. However, the amount involved that's been the subject of that is the subject of the motion is considerably a lot more than that. What's being proposed has no relationship at all, for example, to the Carnival of Flowers, which is an event of national recognition and gets tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people here for its enjoyment. It also provides, for example, the enjoyment for the ordinary ratepayers of this region, people who will watch the parade, people who will visit the gardens, the parks, etc. It has a great general application to the whole community. Whereas in answer to the question that I did ask the officers as to whether or not this is primarily a restaurant outlet, a food outlet, an accommodation outlet, a benefit, the answer was yes, it is. And that's from our officers and their expert view of the proposal. That's a very, very narrow cohort of beneficiaries for this, and nothing like the Carnival of Flowers. And it amazes me that those who will benefit from it are putting in $5,000 compared with the $381,000 that's predicted for the cost of it. That sort of indicates to me, well, it doesn't indicate a great deal of faith from those who will benefit from it. I fear not. From my point of view, bearing in mind the constraints budget constraints that we have in our community at the moment, the cost of living crisis that we know of, the fact that, as the Chronicle said, that we raised our rates the highest rate in 10 years, all of that background of that's going on at the moment, this is not the time to be supportive of something of this nature, which I personally do not believe satisfies reasonable criteria.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. As seconder of the motion, Councillor Melissa, you wish to speak for?
Thank you, Chair. Imagine spring in Toowoomba without the Carnival of Flowers. Imagine how many wonderful visitors would miss out on showcase or seeing and experiencing our region if we didn't have Carnival of Flowers. And who started Carnival of Flowers? Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce. And we as a council, how much do we spend on Carnival every year? $1 million? Is it? So imagine if we could seed fund a festival in autumn, which again is one of the most beautiful seasons of our region, and we gave $150,000, and imagine what Autumn Fest could be like in 70 years' time, like the Carnival of Flowers is to Toowoomba and its region 70 years on from its inception. I think this is really worth the seed funding to assist something like this to get off the ground. And if it doesn't work, then we've given it a shot. It's like the Empire. If that didn't work, they gave it a shot, but look at where that is now from the support that we and the community have given it. Our region and our businesses and the families that own restaurants and cafes and hotels and ancillary businesses, even like the news agency, they are so reliant on tourism coming to our region. Our cafes and restaurants would not survive if we didn't have tourism coming to our region, because the population of the region isn't big enough to support the number of cafes and restaurants that we have in our entire region. This is why tourism is so important for our region, to assist the businesses and to showcase our region so that they don't come for just a carnival of flowers or an autumn feast. They come and experience it time and time again because of the experience they had that first time. We need to showcase our region, and tourism is vital for the success and longevity of those businesses. I also love the fact that this is not just about Toowoomba. It's about Millmerran. It's about Clifton. It's about Oakey, Gumbunji, Toowoomba CBD, Crow's Nest, Lilyvale. I don't know of another festival that actually will encompass the entire region, that they have events in every part of our region that this is proposed to be. It's also a great longer period, so if you can't come for the first weekend, there's also the opportunity for another weekend to come. So I really think that this is an opportunity for us, and it is a hard time for a lot of businesses and a lot of families, but this is what can assist those businesses and those families by bringing more people to our region so that they will spend money in our region and assist those businesses. Because now is the time to do something like this. Because if we don't, then it's just another 2-week period opportunity that has gone missing. But imagine if we had visitors coming to our region and they were spending money in our restaurants, in our cafes, staying in our accommodation places, and the money that is spent then. What an opportunity that is for those businesses then. So I very much recommend this recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. I've got speaker against Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the concept, and aside from the emotive feelings about what it is and isn't, and what it could do and what it might not do, I actually really want to stick to a little bit of a factual thing here around process. And that is, we've heard from the officers and the recommendation of the panel, and there's some quite good content and reason in the report as to that recommendation. Things like there's no established negotiations around the concrete benefits to council for that outlay of money. Things like the timing will most likely not be met by the officers if we instruct them to go ahead with a sum of money, whether it's the total amount or a lesser amount. To which I might add, this amount is not commensurate with other significant events that are sponsored, as we've heard. Additionally, we are eroding away our own budget process by making not policy, but decisions on the run, outside of an effective process that's been hammered to death and gets re-prosecuted almost every term and every year of that term of council, for us to then make a decision on the run about an item, which this is. I agree with Councillor Shine's comments about the limited benefactors in the money input for the expense that ratepayers, remember this isn't our money, it's ratepayers' money that is actually going to fund this event to deliver a loss. And finally, councillors, we're putting money into something that hasn't even been defined properly, we've heard from the officers. We're putting something ahead of a process. We've heard from the executive manager of finance, that we should be actually defining the parameters of the negotiation. We should be actually defining the contract first before we make any decision about any sum of money. So we're our own worst enemy. I will be reminding each and every one of you next time we sit around a budget table and have a lengthy, arduous discussion about process, about how we eroded away ourselves and we go against officers' recommendation and in what I believe is best governance practice around what we establish here. So I can't support this, and I can only support the officer's recommendation. And finally, it is not our place to be prescriptive as a boardroom with a submission to council about any amount. The second part of the officer's recommendation is a suggestion that we go back and ask them, why is this event or panel of representatives for this event any different to any other application that needs to furnish council with information and specifics within the guidelines that are set around our policies? So let's not be prescriptive about the amount. Let's leave that up to the chamber to come back to us. The negotiation isn't off the table, but it needs to be had correctly and not put the cart before the horse. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Do I have a speaker for? All right, in the light of no further speakers for, I'll close the debate. Councillor Summerfield as a mover, I'll go back to you to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot's been said about the positives of this, how great it would be for our region, and going back to Councillor Melissa talking about the Carnival of Flowers was initiated by the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce, and look what that's grown into. Imagine if we don't support this and we end up, with no event and nobody else is going to come forward with a proposal because council hasn't supported this one. Why would they try and develop another one? I think opportunities only come by every now and then. And I think that it's events like these that are the ones that we need to rely on to stimulate our economy. Our sponsorship arrangements are flawed insofar as we don't have a bucket of funding for sponsorship. And so every time we consider some sort of sponsorship application, we have to go against or work on our budget to get an outcome. So we do need to have a bucket of money there, and I know no one likes to use bucket, but it is, a bucket of money there for sponsorship every single financial year so that we can go ahead and either say yes or no to sponsorship, knowing that there's money there available for us to utilise. I do think that this event can bring great things for our region. And I'm not going to keep repeating things that have already been said because there's been some great arguments and I haven't heard one argument around this table that I believe could possibly change my mind in supporting this. And I encourage councillors to get behind it and let's get this event, give it a go. Let's give it a chance and see what it brings. It could be awesome. Wouldn't we be sad if we missed an awesome opportunity like this for $150,000 compared to Carnival of Flowers, which we tip in, and I reckon it's around $1 million every year, and we don't even blink. So let's give this one a shot and give it a chance, and it's being driven by the community. We don't have to do it. We don't have to run it or anything.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. So I'll close the debate. So the motion is before you, councillors. So it's there. So it's been moved by Councillor Summerfield. It's been seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's lost. Foreshadowed. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. So it's Kirsten, the 1 and 2 as the officer's recommendation, but with the insertion of, thanks.
Is that I'll leave that in your hands, Councillor Von Hoff, if you want to confirm if that's once you're comfortable with that.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMahon, does anyone wish to go into debate? Question? Yep, sure, I'll allow.
Could I ask Councillor Rebecca, what's the purpose of 3 when you've defined a sum into?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Carla. I mean, I'd be comfortable even saying up to $100,000 because I do understand the point that you're making. I suppose it's just because we're saying no to the naming sponsorship at 150, but this motion would say what we intend to support you up to $100,000, but what does that look like for council? We don't want the naming rights, but you haven't put to us another option for council's consideration.
So if we put that up to, so that there's the addition to that, so it becomes up to 100,000. So you're comfortable with that? So Councillor Carl, that satisfies your questions. Do I have another? Sorry, was there a question? It was a question, Councillor Summerfield. Yeah. Then
Yes, I do. Thank you. How are you going to fund it?
That's a good question. And so I think that it hasn't been prescriptive. The thing that made me and perhaps some others balk at the 150 at the last one was that we were taking that out of the community grants for 23-24 and the discomfort with that. So this is a lesser amount than the 150 and would have a lesser amount on the impact on the next year's community grants. We don't have to mention. Well, that's my motion as it is. Thanks.
the motion says, Councillor Carroll, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a question. Just probably through you to the officers. Do we need to mention that it has to be subject, as that number 4 was in the previous motion, or would this money be subject to all the policy and everything that's in it? So, or do we need to mention that? I'd like it to be mentioned, but it's Councillor Rebecca's motion, simply so that the chamber and the organisers know. I guess you're going to tell them anyway, but is it necessary or is it advisable that it be mentioned in this resolution?
I'll get an officer comment on that. See, that's
Thank you.
the request that we've asked, and then I suppose then it goes back to the mover.
It was all in that last one, and I'm just wondering, is it necessary to mention it?
I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but it does provide a level of transparency of expectations.
Okay, so I'll go.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
So I'll go back. So, Councillor Von Hoff, moved the motion. You're happy to insert 4. So that motion, as it sits there, is what you're comfortable to move. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Oh, sorry, apologies, Councillor McMahon. Apologies. So, and as the seconder, are you comfortable with those changes? As previous. Okay, so I've got a mover and a seconder for that. Does anyone wish to go into debate? All right. Mover of the motion, would you like to open the batting?
Thank you, Chair. Rather than saying no to the chamber, this is coming back to them with the offer of $100,000 to get it off the ground. And that figure is landed at after looking at their proposed budget and, in my opinion, seeing some room for some cutting of the cloth, and also taking into account what we've heard from officers today about the amounts that we've given to other major events historically. I think the quantum of 150 was probably just a little bit of a bridge too far for my comfort, whereas $100,000 I think is very generous and also would help them to get this going. I take into account the comments from Councillor Shine about the narrow cohort and the benefit And I think that that is a point well made, and I would really encourage, I'm sure that they're listening, I would really encourage the chamber, as this process, if it is successful today, continues, to be finessed, to really open that up more broadly for some more community involvement. I note that there is a pumpkin scone community morning tea proposed for the Gumbunji and Oakey CWA, but some more events, I think, like that see more benefit to the general community without significant cost to them. That would be beneficial. And we talk about return to council and the benefit to council as justification or not of doing this. Now, I think we have to remember that council isn't just this institution that sits here. Council is the people of this region, and the benefit to council and the return to council is actually the return to the community and the benefit to the community. So I encourage my council colleagues to support this to get it off the ground for them.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Now, Councillor Summerfield, Speaker against.
Thank you, Chair. I did give Councillor Von Hoff the opportunity to add something in there about the funding. I think we need to be transparent, and we're all well aware, we've been around the table long enough, all of us, to know that you can't move a motion that doesn't include how you're going to deal with the financial impact of it if there is a financial implication, a budget implication. And this one has a budget implication, and I think there should be transparency about where that $100,000 is going to come from. Councillor Von Hoff has indicated that it's going to come from the community grants. That should be in there, and therefore I will definitely not be voting in support of this unless you're going to be transparent about where the money is coming from. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor McMahon is the seconder of the motion. Do you wish to speak? No? Okay. Well, that ends the debate. There's no... Well, sorry. Are there any other speakers? Apologies. Any other speakers for the motion? Okay, so well, that ends the debate. So I'll go back to So I'll close the debate, but I'll go back to the mover of the motion to sum up.
No, thank you, Chair.
Short and sweet.
We're all hungry.
Short and sweet. Okay, so the motion, councillors, is before us, with again keeping in mind there is a foreshadowed motion of the officer's recommendation. Look at that, right? That's where we're at. Okay, so this is the foreshadowed motion before you. So it's moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor McMahon. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many of us are there? Is it 9? That's carried. Well, that's carried. Is that not? Let me just confirm. There are 9 in the room, correct? So carried. Sorry, so that's carried. Councillors, the time is whatever time it is. It's 1:27. I suggest we break for lunch or after. Might be more classified as afternoon tea, to be honest. So we will. And what time are we, just for those tuning in? What time are we comfortable to resume play? 2:10. Does that work? 10. Does anyone have any commitments? I'm either or. 10. Don't confuse me further, please. Okay, we'll resume at 2:15. So I need a motion that we adjourn. Until Councillor Carroll, Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? So we'll resume at 2:15. Okay. Right, well, good afternoon, councillors. We will resume the Environment Community Committee meeting for the month of June. We move to item 6 on the agenda. So this is a request for sponsorship, the 2023 Queensland Variety Bash. So again, welcome back, Paul and Ross. Hand straight to Ross, Paul. So I'll hand across to Ross Bejan.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, just an outline of the event. Variety Queensland have made application to Council for a sponsorship of $20,000 to support the 2023 Queensland Variety Bash. Plan is to commence in Toowoomba on the 15th of August and finish, hopefully, in Cairns on the 24th of August. Variety Queensland is a long-standing fundraising charity that provides essential support to children who are sick or living with a disability, provides a lot of disability equipment, and it's considered to be Australia's most successful charity motoring event, nationally having raised over $220 million for children in need. Fundraising goal for the 2023 Queensland Variety Bash is to raise over $2 million. And I look at their website yesterday and they've almost raised $750,000 already, so they're well on track. The event is open to cars which are over 30 years old, and the route covers dirt roads, tracks and both day and night driving. Each car commits to raising $8,500 for the charity, but most cars typically raise about $15,000 on average. Each person participating in the event pays a provisions levy to cover meals, entertainment, camping ground fees and merchandise. In the paper it says the levy is set closer to the event but is expected to be around $1,300, and that has just been recently set at $1,264.
Thanks, Ross. Questions to this one, councillors, in regards to this item? Councillor Carol Taylor.
Maybe not a question, Mr Chair, but they have been here in Toowoomba before, and they do, as it's mentioned there, a dinner and a breakfast at the start, and they do bring a lot of people in. We're talking about, I mean, they bring a lot of people in, and I know that they buy a lot of stores and whatever for the trip from here. So I just wanted to make that, they do an amazing job with their fundraising, and most of the money indeed goes to children with terminal illnesses or children with mostly severe disabilities. So it is a very worthwhile event that is held. I think it's every year, but it doesn't come here every year.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I'll take that as a comment. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Ross as the author. On page 162, there is speak of an in-kind support as well. Was there any discussion about in-kind support that council could offer to assist?
No, the contribution was simply towards the cost of the starting part of the event. Of course, there's no benefit to council in any other part of the event because it leaves town. And there's about $45,000 worth of expenditure from the organisation in Toowoomba. That covers venue hire, the dinner, the breakfast at the start, and accommodation for the officials. And
just to follow up from that, there wasn't any conversation about in-kind assistance at all, that they wanted some from the...
Oh, sorry, they did want, ask for councillors to be present at the start to see it off, and maybe present to actually help officiate at the start. But no other in kind that I can recall.
The only reason I ask is that on page 162, it's ticked. What type of support are you seeking? It's got financial support ticked and then in-kind support ticked. And I just wondered whether that might be around park hire or whatever it might be.
No, there was nothing like that. I think the conversation was simply about promoting the event, possibly through information centres, etc. Yep, but not much.
So just subsequent to that, through our events register and all manners of promotion, that would be something we could offer?
Yes,
as
it
in-kind
is,
support?
and that's usually included if we do support it through a funding agreement, but even if we don't fund it, we would offer that level of support, absolutely.
I wonder whether that should be included, that council provide
Yep.
a level of in-kind support by way of promotion of the event to help attract participants or whatever it may be to the event. Maybe that's something that we could consider.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. I was thinking there has to be something that we can do to support them because they do bring a lot to all the communities that they go through, and certainly the little country towns get a real boost from them. So I'd like to see us try and find a way to support them in some way, whether that be financial or in kind or a mixture of the two. I certainly don't support the 20, but I do think there is opportunity for us to support them in some way. And you know, Councillor Jeff just asked about the picnic point lookout function space. I'm just not sure what sort of funding we're looking at, whether we're even a part of that, to be honest. But I just wonder what opportunities there are for us to support them. I would like to see something, and it could just be that it's $5,000 straight up.
Perhaps I could just outline their expenditure in town.
Yep.
The venue hire, $3,500. The dinner the night before, $10,000. The breakfast on the morning of the start is $6,000, and accommodation at the Oaks for the officials is $26,000.
So we could sponsor the breakfast, couldn't we?
Yes, that's an option.
That could be a good option for us if we sponsored the breakfast. Yeah?
6,000.
Yeah.
Oh,
$6,000.
Let me check on that. I think I might have written a round figure down here. It is $6,400.
Okay. Well, I'd support that. I don't know if anyone else would like to second that. Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Okay, so there's a intent around moving a motion that we support the breakfast to the tune of 6,400 as per the
Yep.
budget. So that's been moved. Well, intention to move in second, but I will just pause at that point if there are any other questions, obviously, and also we do have an officer recommendation that sits there as well. But there's an intent around that motion. I don't want to get into foreshadows, but if we get to that point, so be it. I'm well versed in it now. But are there any other further questions in regards to this? So, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, no, I'm actually supportive of funding, and that gives you a bit of an idea of what that could be. I guess whether we are so prescriptive to say sponsor the breakfast, because they might already have a naming right sponsor for the breakfast, it might be support the breakfast to the tune of that amount, just so that they know that they're not saying, oh well, we've got to change this. You know, it could cause more issues. So just by way of support of financial assistance, because that sounds right to me. That motion sounds good.
Okay, so around that, so the council provide financial assistance of 6,400 to cover the associated costs with the 2023 Queensland Variety Bash breakfast. Correct? That's
Once again, just raise the fact that there is no budget for sponsorship. So once again, we're probably talking about this coming out of next year's grant funding, potentially.
Councillor Summerfield.
I feel like we're going back to the future. So the community grant leftover funds can't be used for this because this wouldn't require a contract, would it?
Yes, it does.
Oh, it does.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, we're only spending 100 instead of 150 out of the other ones.
So it'd be, so as General Manager Nix just pointed out, so it would be that council provides sponsorship. Is that what you're saying? More so than financial, that would be to provide sponsorship of $6,400 to support. Sponsorship.
It may not cover visitor support.
Over that?
Yeah, change cover to support.
the associated costs. Do we need to put in that motion, go back to the future, where the financial aspect of it, Anne-Marie, you helped us out a lot in the last one, so in regards to does the motion require, or does the motion require, somebody spoke to last time about the actual source of where the funding is coming from? Do we need a line in there to cover that?
So I think where this one may be different is that it's an organisation it has been going for a number of years, that they would have the processes in place, the sponsorship arrangement, the expectation, the sponsorship agreement, you know, what they give, what we get. And I think that's a little bit different from the one we discussed earlier. So I'm happy to ask the officers if that's the case.
Yeah, and
if so, then it could be funded this financial year.
Well, I guess the question
it could be.
But the question around that would be the same question. I'd ask the same question of the officers that we spoke about with the previous one, the time around being able to do that if this is a resolution that's made on the 27th, whatever it'll be.
Look, I think it'd be the same issue that we spoke about in the last report, albeit this is a lot simpler. Whereas the last report we spoke about the complexities around the KPIs and expectations, and obviously the quantum of money is substantially different. We could do our best to execute this before the end of the financial year, but knowing that it's not ratified until next week at the ordinary meeting, so we'll do our best to see how we go. If not, it'll have to get funded the same way as the prior report in 23-24 financial year.
So if I could just clarify, because I think it is important that we identify the funding, because that's what we've always done. So you're saying, Paul, just clarifying, it could come out of the leftover community grants funds or not?
If we can achieve the time frame before the 30th of June, which is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
But we'll try our best.
Okay. So
Very
can we
different
put that in there as a second point then, please? That the funds... It's contemplated that the funding will come out of not leftover, but whatever, the community grant funds that haven't been expended. If this isn't achievable, it will be considered in the 23-24 budget. Yeah?
I understand the intent, and as per Paul's comments, we'll do our absolute best to do this before next Friday. And I take on board your points, Councillor Nancy. What's the additional words we add to this? Because if we are unable to negotiate and execute the contract by 30 June, we can't pay for it from this year's community grant support, and therefore we're not in compliance with the council decision. And none of us want to find ourselves in that situation, albeit we all understand the intent, but technically we wouldn't be compliant. So I think that potentially needs some other words, or
that the funding be sourced through council's community grants program 22-23 that haven't been expended. However, if this isn't achievable, it will be considered in the 23-24 budget. Yeah?
It'd probably have to be different words to considered, because obviously it probably would have to just be rectified. I don't know, probably whatever, because basically to say it considered means you obviously get to BR and say, oh, we're not going to fund it, where it was obviously making a decision to fund it. It's now how you word that so that if it can't be executed to be utilised out of the council's community grants program for this financial year, it will then be
executed in the 23-24 budget.
What? Yeah.
I was going to suggest, and again I can't take credit for the idea, that rather than stipulating the 23-24 program, you just say that the funding be sourced through council's community grants program, full stop.
All
If we get it done this year, it'll be funded out of this year.
Yep.
If it's not, then it's funded
Full
out of next
stop
year's
after
program.
program.
But I know that I'm not sure that all councillors are comfortable with using the community grants program as a source of funding for sponsorships, but that would satisfy the intent of what we're trying to achieve here.
So once again, can I raise that we actually find a way to have a bucket for sponsorship so that we're not in this situation all the time? Thanks.
So we're comfortable as such. Mover and seconder are comfortable with that. And sorry, I think Councillor Carroll, did you have a question? Sorry that I missed.
Chair, I just wanted to point out Ross has covered it all very well. I've been not involved, but I've been to this twice before when it's been here, and we've covered the financial boost through what's been, but we haven't taken into account all the participants who stay in motels and accommodation and usually come here 2 or 3 days before. So it is quite a big financial boost to us and every other place, as Councillor Nancy has mentioned, where they go. So they usually spend up quite big, and they're a really good bunch. They're there to have fun, and with a good cause. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Question, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. I would actually like us to be more generous with them, and I don't think we resolved the in-kind support that Councillor McDonald raised and is on page 162, the venue hire of the Picnic Point Lookout function space, and what else can we do what other opportunities are there for us to be more generous?
So I suppose the question is, what other in-kind options exist if council wishes to support it further from an in-kind point of view? Is the question. So we're just finding the page on the report.
And I ask, Chair, because it's not just about the event, and the application mentions this as well, but Variety's money comes back to our community through grants for the kids with disability and who are disadvantaged and sick as well. So we don't operate in a vacuum with this, and there are people in our community who have benefited from Variety greatly.
Through you, Chair, in answer to the question about in-kind support, this is our online sponsorship application that's filled out by the applicants themselves, and I'm speculating now, but I speculate that they've probably ticked that in-kind support box without thinking about what that might mean, perhaps thinking that council owns the function centre. So in the support detail further on that page says consideration of complimentary venue hire at Picnic Point Lookout function space for 2 days. We can't do in-kind there because we don't own it. So it's a misunderstanding on their behalf of where council's responsibilities extend to. So with that, I mean, there's obviously things we can do through our the community events page, the events register or whatever it's called, and that's probably about it. Perhaps, I'm not sure, I shouldn't speak on behalf of our stakeholder engagement team, but maybe there's some promotional opportunities through our social media or other things, but that might take up our own space as well. I don't know. I shouldn't commit to that.
Could we raise the possibility with them and offer for their decision about the suitability of venues that we own, such as Goodshed, as a version of that in-kind support?
I think we certainly could. I think they probably have already considered those and investigated the start lines at Picnic Point, hence the use of that site. And we can certainly have that conversation. The use of council facilities does come at a real cost to us. There'll be wages and consumables and all of those sorts of things. But it's not necessarily in kind. It does come at a cost to us. I think they've explored all those things, haven't they, Ross?
Yes, we actually discussed with them the opportunity, the possibility of them starting the event at the John Darien Woolshed, or including the John Darien Woolshed in their breakfast or their dinner or something like that. They considered that to some degree and came back to us after quite some time in committee meetings and said that'd be really good, but it just does not, the logistics don't work for us. Because they have 500 participants, 200 vehicles, and get them out to the Woolshed from Toowoomba, and they are committed to Toowoomba, and the venues are booked.
Okay, so councillors, if are there any other questions?
The only thing I was going to raise, what Ross just raised then, was the in-kind. Did that come about because of the Woolshed issue, where we could have given an in-kind contribution because of our ownership of it?
Okay, so councillors, if there aren't any further questions, as I said, there is a question. Yeah, sure. Councillor Carroll?
Staff, do we know where the dinner is going to be held? Both of the ones I've been to, it's been in Paddy's Centre, at the Cathedral Centre.
I'm not sure. Yep.
Okay, so council, if there are no further questions, we do have a motion before us here that was moved by Councillor Summerfield and seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. It's that council provide sponsorship of $6,400 to support the associated costs with the 2023 Queensland Variety Bash breakfast, and 2 is that the funding be sourced through council's community grants program. Does anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? It's carried. Thanks, Ross. Thanks. Well, thanks, Ross. Paul Stills. We do a switch out here, and Andrew Allpass, who's eagerly awaiting his opportunity. So, Andrew, our Sports Tourism Grant Program approval through the community grants is our next item, so item 7 on the agenda. So, and as I said, I welcome Andrew Allpass, the Coordinator of Tourism and Sporting Events. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and happy birthday to you as well, and afternoon, councillors. Councillors, as you're aware, the Sports Tourism Event Grant Program is one of Council's suite of community grants. Where it differs to the other grants, however, is that it is open for application at any stage while funding is available. And as such, we have 3 applications to review that have been through the assessment process and through the assessment panel with recommendations before you. Each event is been submitted by an eligible organisation. The events themselves meet the criteria of the Sports Event Grant Program and have been assessed based on the assessment matrix to the level of funding that's been recommended. It is worth noting that one of the events has already occurred and another is happening actually this weekend. There is precedence where that has happened in the past, so I'll put that recommendation to Council.
Thanks, Andrew. Questions, Councillor McMahon?
Chair, thanks. I'm sure there'll be some questions. I'm otherwise happy with it. Happy with the officer's recommendation as per the guidelines, and happy to move the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Are there any questions in relation to this one? So I've got a mover of the motion.
Seconder, who just wants to say how happy she is to see 3 women's sports sponsorship proposals. Thank you.
So I've got a move by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff.
A comment too.
Question, was it?
A question too. My question is, did other councillors enjoy the reception as much as I did at the Toowoomba Hockey Association's Queensland Women's Masters State Championship weekend before last? Actually, they were the best guys.
I'll take that as unanimous. So thanks for pondering the question and putting that forward. So I have a mover in Councillor Councillor McMahon, seconder, and Councillor Von Hoff. Does anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, councillors.
Worth the wait for you.
Short but sweet.
So with that, and thanks to Paul Reynolds as well, so and all the staff involved with those. There's quite a lengthy amount of work that's gone into that. So councillors, we go to closing of the meeting. So I need a motion that the next item being confidential, moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. let me know, please. Well, thanks, councillors. We resume the Environment Community Committee meeting for the month of June. We go to item number 9. So it is around the market testing results, aquatic and indoor sports centres. The motion before you there is the council proceed to contractual negotiations with preferred external operators for sites listed in the tender managed operation of multiple aquatic and indoor sports centres in accordance with recommendations in confidential attachment 2. Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? It's carried. That brings a conclusion to the Environment Community Committee meeting for the month of June. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you for your patience. And I'll now hand over to Finance and Business Strategy. Do you want a breather, or are we going to go straight into it? Well, I'll hand over to Finance and Business Strategy.
Well, good afternoon, councillors. Welcome to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for the month of June. Noting that Economic Development will follow this one as well, and the Mayor and the Portfolio Chair away. Councillor Carter, are you happy for me to do the Economic Development one at the conclusion of this with the Mayor? Just from an ease of operation of keeping going through. So our Finance and Business Committee, welcome to that. The meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed, and I'd like to acknowledge all of you who are in the room. Thank you in the gallery there. It's fantastic to have so many of you here with us today. And all of you who are live streaming, we appreciate you taking time out as well. Councillors, and I acknowledge Councillor Shine, Portfolio Lead for Finance and Business. Can I start with item 1, which is to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gibel and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions for Australia's first peoples. Our item number 2, councillors, is apologies, leave of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We do have two apologies, of which we'll treat with 2 separate resolutions. Kirsten's, the first one is an apology from Councillor Antonio the Mayor, moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion is carried. The second apology is a motion for receipt of an apology of Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. I have a mover for that apology, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillors, I don't have any declarable conflicts of interest at this stage, but if there are any that crop up, whether for you or you feel someone else might, can you please speak up accordingly, and we'll deal with that as we see fit. Item number 3 then, councillors, and I welcome to General Manager Anne-Marie and to Andrew and Shane. Welcome to you all, and to Mary Lou in the room as well, who'll be presenting a little later on. Our first item is number 3, which is the sale of land for overdue rates and charges. Anne-Marie, are you happy for me to go directly to Shane? So Shane Morris, welcome to you, Shane, and thank you. I'll hand over to you for some opening remarks and go to questions if need be.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff, and good afternoon, councillors and officers. This report presents Council with the sale of land for overdue rates and charges to be undertaken during 2023. There are 60 properties identified as having some or all of their rates and charges overdue for 3 years or more. The report details the legislative processes to be undertaken in the coming months. And councillors, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Shane. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just ask you questions for and all, if I can ask you them in one hit, if that might simplify things. Bearing in mind what you've just said in relation to the 60 properties, totaling around about 1.3 million, is this consistent, first of all, with figures and numbers in recent years, going back to 22, 21, 20 and 19? Secondly, does council offer a range of support mechanisms to people who have difficulty paying their rates? Thirdly, is there an opportunity still for affected property owners to speak with council about available options to meet their current rates debts? And fourthly, based on recent experience over those years, can council expect most property owners will pay their outstanding rates before the sale of land takes place?
Thank you, Councillor Carey. So the number of properties is 60, as council is aware, so that's fairly consistent. So last year we had 53. In 2021 we had 64. During the COVID year of 2020 we didn't do any sale of land that year. But then also in 2019 we had 65 properties. So the number is quite consistent. Over the years, over the last decade or so, we've had probably numbers a little bit lower than 50, but as high as probably around 80. So I think that the number that we have at the moment is fairly, I would suggest, to be normal. Council officers do offer a range of assistance measures to customers over a period of time. So apart from those customers that are for example, that might just get the standard reminder letters with their unpaid rates. What happens is that as people find themselves in difficulty, we do reach out as often as we can to encourage customers to enter payment arrangements with us. For those customers that are in this process, is that because we're at a very serious end, this is at a stage where we are struggling to get a level of cooperation from ratepayers. So certainly we would encourage those ratepayers still to contact us to let us know what their circumstances are to see what we can do. But certainly this does put a time frame around what we're doing, so therefore we'll be seeking to have resolution to this by November, was when we would do the sale of land auction.
From your experience, do most ratepayers who are in this position actually do come to the party before the final day?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carey, for that reminder. So with the process, we've started off with 60, so I would suggest that probably by auction day, in November, that we'll find that probably of those 60, 55 will be paid in full. So they would normally either be paid for by the landowner or the mortgagee. Because we are required by law to inform the mortgagees of the situation, and then the mortgagees also contact the customer to see if they can sort it out with the council. But if they can't or won't, then the mortgagee will generally settle the matter with council. So the process itself is overwhelmingly successful. It does cause a lot of difficult matters to be resolved during that time frame. So and it is an annual process that council goes through, and I would suggest it works very well.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks, Councillor Shine. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Shane, I appreciate your answer to Councillor Shine's question that once we send the letters out, it usually sorts itself out in most cases. But if I had a house and I really couldn't pay the rates, wouldn't you just sell it with a real estate and then give us what's owing, or is it you can't sell it when it's got overdue rates on it, or is that a rule?
Okay, so if a landowner, say for example, during this process wanted to go through their own process to sell their property, is that what you mean? Like they might want to list it with an agent? Then basically is that what we would particularly like in that situation is for them to make contact with us to let them know what their intentions are, and then we could discuss whether we would be prepared to remove the property from the sale of land process. Certainly where an owner provides clear evidence that they are seeking to resolve this matter by their own accord, then we would certainly be open to resolving that matter with them. The only thing is that we would certainly be, needing to, have some clear evidence and be sure that that's going to happen.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
There are some that are on this list for, am I allowed to say prices? That's not... There's some on this list for 3,000 and there's one on this list for $250,000 of unpaid. So if we do this every year, I know there are different amounts of rates, but how did one get that long into this until we decided?
Okay, so that particular upper end property you're referring to is a very valuable property that would have a very high valuation and has very high rates. It's the property that's diagonally across the road from Kmart, which all the councillors would be aware of, that particular property.
Yeah.
I suppose the thing is that that property is just over 3 years. So it's last year it wasn't 3 years, but this year it is.
Right.
So and we're hoping to be able to resolve this particular matter with that rate paid this time round. So, but certainly if you like, I realise it does look like it's probably a lot more than 3 years worth of rates, but it's only 3 years worth of rates. Yep.
No, I did read the address with particular interest because that's subject property is often a lot of public commentary on it for unmown or unmaintained or just centre of town really and not looking as good as it could. So look, hopefully we can get a good outcome on that. But thanks, Shane. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Shane. Councillor Nancy?
It'd be wonderful if that could be sold, to be honest, so that someone would do something with it, because I kept reporting it to get it slashed, and eventually I think he put goats on it.
Yep.
They have trouble finding him, isn't he, in China or something? That would be wonderful if we could get that developed instead of being the eyesore that it currently is.
We'll see what the process brings.
Thank you, Shane, and you provide updates as we get closer to that point through Anne-Marie's group report. I'm pretty confident as we get closer to the November date. Councillor Carroll, comment?
Comment, thank you. I just, if I may, having a family member that has been in circumstance, I'd like very much to thank our staff in what they do to help people, and really if people are sincere in their wanting to clear their debt or find a way, there's no, I have to congratulate Shane, the whole team from Anne-Marie down, because they honestly, I can honestly say that they take everything they can do to help those people, and we shouldn't doubt that definitely happens, and I'd like to pay tribute to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll, and I think everyone endorses those comments to Shane and his team. So, councillors, there's recommendation there before you. Councillor Shine, you're happy to move that recommendation. The recommendation is as on the screen. You have a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. There, Kirsten. Thank you, Shane, very much indeed. Appreciate it. Item number 4, councillors, is the quote and tender consideration plan for procurement of concrete products, and hand over to Andrew Wegener, the Manager of Financial Services. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. So the quote or tender consideration plan is for procurement of concrete products. The regulation requires local governments to use written quote process for medium-sized contracts and a tender process for large-sized contracts. The regulation also provides a number of exceptions, including if council prepare a quote or tender consideration plan and prepares and adopts the plan. So by way of some background, there's shortages of supply in concrete products since the closure of Rockland. Batrosa Concrete Products up in Mackay are the only supplier identified who can meet council's current demand. There'll be an annual review of expenditure and it will be monitored with 6 monthly discussions with Batrosa. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Just can't help but think this might be something that continues to go on across a variety of areas of our procurement, to be honest. Councillor Carroll, you.
I'm happy to move, Mr. Chair. Rockler got out of the business because their real estate was worth so much money, and so it's made it very difficult. And that was prior to COVID, so it's just exacerbated over that time.
And we're probably fortunate that this supplier has moved into that space because they weren't actually in that space. So hopefully over time, other areas will realise that, well, one or two anyway, that there might be something to be gained by moving into it. So that's just, I'm happy to move this, thanks.
Okay, councillors, I have a second with Councillor Shine. Councillors, is there any need to go into debate for this? There's no need to go into debate. The recommendation is there before you that council adopt the quote and tender consideration plan, concrete products attachment 2, and 2, note the plan will be internally reviewed on an annual basis and only re-presented to council where there are proposed changes as a result of the review or otherwise. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Kerry Shine. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. I'm sorry, Andrew, you're up again for item number 5, which is the derivative policy, a new policy for us. So I hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this policy and bringing it to committee is to request Council to consider an inaugural derivative policy, the policy for consideration and adoption. So the Department of State Development, Infrastructure and Local Government and Planning and Queensland Treasury Corporation have reached out to local governments to seek an expression of interest to look at registering under Schedule 8 of the Statutory Body's Financial Arrangement Regulation, enabling council to operate in the derivative market. In doing so, that'll actually provide council options to offset potential financial risk through foreign exchange movements, particularly for buying products internationally that will be used domestically in a foreign currency, I suppose it's more of an option for council to risk mitigate against those financial exposures. And I'll take questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Andrew, assuming the major use of this instrument for council would be for procurement purposes, do you have an example over the last couple of years where using the derivative would have been advantageous, and to what extent would it have been advantageous?
Through you, Chair. So an example would be if for instance, we were looking at buying an item of plant, say 30 June 2021, the foreign exchange at that point in time, for instance, was Australian dollar to the US dollar was 75 cents. So for an item of plant, for instance, that was $600,000 in US terms, it would have cost us around $800,000 in Australian dollars if it was to be delivered at that point. But if we didn't lock in that foreign exchange exposure, and it took 12 months for that item of plant to be delivered, which is what's currently happening in the current state of play due to the supply and demand market, and if it got delivered 12 months later, say 30 June 2022, that exchange rate actually dropped to 0.68 cents to the US dollar. So inherently, that would have cost us around $870,000. So organisationally, it would have been a cost to council and the ratepayer of potentially 70,000 Australian dollars. If we had hedged against that, it would have saved that level of expenditure.
Thank you, Andrew. It's just the length of time that we're receiving some of these items is extraordinary, and you never know what it's like. It's a good insurance policy and driven by the state government in this instance, the local government department. Councillor Swan, happy to move. I have a seconder for the motion, councillors, which is there before you. Moved by Councillor Bill, that council adopt the derivative policy attachment 1. Anyone need to go into discussion or debate? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Andrew, I think that's fit for you for the time being. Thank you, Andrew, very much indeed. And Mary Lou, welcome to you. Great to have you back in the chambers. Item number 6, councillors, is the 2022-23 asset revaluations, which indeed has gone through the audit committee, and this is to bring council up to speed with it. So hand over to you, Mary Lou. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Yes, so as the Chair said, we're here to present you with an overview of the property, plant and equipment valuations held earlier this year. The valuations are held each year but according to a 10-year matrix, and so the asset classes are recycled every 3 years effectively. This year we looked at land, building and site improvements. I will take this exciting report as being read, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Shine.
Just in relation to the cost of these valuations, every 3 years we have to pay valuers to undertake this work. Would that cost be in the vicinity of $300,000 or $400,000 each time it's carried out?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
So Mary Lou, and I guess it's a broader question from an asset management plan perspective is to understand, and this is a big body of work for us, it's happening all over Queensland, every local government across Australia actually, and was, I would assume would have been a great topic down at the conference in Canberra recently. So that's, and I guess that answers the importance of these to get them as accurate as possible. So do you see anything in here now that will be reported or should be reported through our annual reports for this financial year?
No, not really, no. It's just continuing making sure that we're being prudent and providing that assurance to you all as decision makers that the asset base, being the volume and the size that it is constantly looked at to be at current value. So the fair value is correctly stated on the financial statements. There's always, you don't really, you wait with bated breath to make sure that it's not a glaring change, but this year has been quite challenging with the movements economically. So I think that it wasn't too bad.
Thank you, Mary Lou. I appreciate that. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Shine? Or are you happy to move? One quick question for, it can be a long question.
No, it'll be a
question.
It'll be really quick.
A question nevertheless.
Through you, Chair. The change, I guess, that that seemed on the low side to me was the land. Any comments on that?
I think the land, they looked at different things with the land, and one thing in particular, they looked at properties that were adjoining the creek line, and that actually contributed to an increase. As to the overall, we don't depreciate land, so I really would have to go back to their methodology as to what that's about there for you.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy a second. So moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Tim, your question?
Thanks, Chair. I also was going to ask about the percent change, but the recommendation, attachment 1 and confidential 2 to 4, but all 4 of them are confidential. Is number 1 supposed to be confidential?
No, it's probably an error on my part. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So number 1 isn't. Okay, good.
There'd be no reason for it to be confidential. It's just a matter.
Just going to ask. That's all. Thanks.
That's you don't have a question on it though? No? Okay. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Anyone need to go into debate? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Mary Lou. Thank you, GM Anne-Marie and Manager Andrew. Appreciate it. That concludes the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for the month of June. Kirsten's just going to reset the bizarre, and then once we're ready, we'll move directly to the Economic Development Committee. You're happy to move it? It is just for noting. I mean, if there's questions, no one in the room can answer the question, so it's really for next. But the motion is just to note it. So we'll go through the process and see if we can get. We shouldn't assume we'll be quick, but let's. Councillors, good afternoon. Welcome to the Economic Development Committee for June. I acknowledge everyone in the room, those watching at home and elsewhere. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyval and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Acknowledging CEO, General Manager Dr Nicola. Tony, welcome to you both. Councillors, item number 2 is the attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declaration. We do have two apologies. We'll treat them separately. The first one is for the Mayor. An apology from the Mayor. Can I have someone to move by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Motion is carried? Yes, it is. The second apology is for Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Can I have a move by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, there are no declaration of interest, and obviously there is one item, and preface that by saying that the item and the person most credentialed to answer those questions is an apology today. However, the motion is just to note this item, which is the motion before you is that Council note the report on the Council of Mayors South East Queensland North American Mission from the 2nd to the 13th of February. Now, Mark Mason is on his way, is that correct? There's an error in this. Okay, well, let's cover off on a couple of things here. So I'm made aware that there is an error in the document. So, Tony, could you go to that? I'm noting, Councillor Nancy, you had your hand up, so we'll just go to Tony first and just see what that is. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Just noting there is an error in the risk management matters. We carried this over from the previous report. It says that the Mayor was absent from a scheduled meeting on the 8th and 9th of November. That was actually supposed to say it was intended the Mayor was going to be away for those meetings and that the Mayor actually missed no meetings. So could I just note that amendment, please, Chair?
So this is on page 361, Risk Management Matters, second line. Says the Mayor was absent for the committee meeting scheduled on 8th and 9th of November. So what you're wanting that to say is that the Mayor was present for the committee meetings.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. It's just noting that in the initial report, it was said to Council that the Mayor would miss those meetings under the original schedule, but based on the reviewed schedule and then moving it to February, the Mayor did actually miss no meetings. So it's just we overlooked that particular line and forgot to just change that to say it was planned he would miss those meetings, but due to the reschedule, he missed no meetings of Council.
No, appreciate that. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. So just on the next page, please, Tony, in the financial implications, the accommodation doesn't add up. Oh, well, it does add up, but it's very minimal amount for the Mayor, $267.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. So you will find on the next line below that the Mayor, their initial flights and accommodation and meals were covered by Council Mayor South East Queensland. The discrepancy there may be the cancelled Weatherford trip due to the extreme weather events. So that would be just the discrepancy there, Councillor.
So, councillors, I'm in your hands, but I'll preface it by saying that there's, very little to discuss here until next week. It is for noting. I've heard that Mark is on his way, but I don't think there's any value for him to be here, to be present, to be honest. Not because he wouldn't add value, but I think the Mayor would be important to be here for any discussion that took place. So, councillors, the motion is simply for noting. We can open it up again next week if need be. Councillor Nancy, you happy to move? Moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? All carried unanimously. Councillors, that concludes not only the Economic Development meeting, but our committee meetings for today. Thank you for your attendance and thank you to all of those many hundreds watching online. Appreciate it.